Hello, and welcome to Dice Breakers, a TTRPG podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I am Alex, your host and GM, and with me are Rowan, Purdy, Mark, and Joe, my wonderful players. How is everybody doing today? God, I struggled getting through that for some reason.
Tremendously well. What the heck's a TT?
So
Whatever
many-
you said, game?
Yeah, so many changes to the intro.
Two changes, only two changes. TTRPG instead of D&D, because we play on D&D 5e,
Technically
but
three.
everything is all, off. And GM instead of DM because,
Oh, GM, I
TTRPG.
understood.
Listen, changing the name from Greg to Rowan isn't a change because that's how it always should have been. So
Yes,
it's
but we
correction.
need to make our listeners aware
Already
that
done
we
it last
haven't
week.
got.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but also
You
it's
weren't
probably
there.
good to do it in the main.
Yeah, so people know in the
'Cause
main
We did do it in
campaign.
the main one as well. It's in the YouTube video. Because I did
So
it
we-
before we started last time. I paused and said this is what happened, so I've actually got it before this.
But we haven't had a main one since Rowan's
2 weeks
changed
ago.
the name.
Yeah. Roll for shoots. You weren't there.
No,
That's not a main one.
campaign.
That's a side quest.
Fine.
Jesus!
We're back, baby.
The chaos.
And this is where we would put our sponsors, if we had any.
Today we are sponsored by
Sam Regal have got nothing on that.
By Butt Crack of Chaos.
We're
Look,
Find my top.
Anyway, what we're all
Good
talking about
thing.
in a massive amount of chaos is Greg is no longer Greg. Greg is Rowan. That is what it is. Anything references to Rowan is what would have been references to Greg. Rowan is the one playing Maisie. That's about as far as it goes.
You still haven't told what TT stands for.
TTRPG is tabletop RPG. That's a very
Tabletop.
standard.
Is
It's a
it?
very standard terminology.
Yeah, how
No,
did you
no,
not know that?
Because it was never called TTRPG when I was playing it back in 1980. Whatever it
Jesus,
was.
monkeys. Well, what we've actually managed to do is
Hey.
talk for long enough that the intro went the whole way through. So there is
Wow.
a recap. There is a recap as usual. You may need to turn up the volume.
I will.
Your hearing volume, and everyone enjoy.
The hearing volume, as opposed to the not hearing volume. Okay, got that.
Come in. Morning, Fletcher. Oh, Anthony, darling, how lovely to see you. Would you like some tea? Now, love, you know I'm here on business. Of course, of course. I assume you want to know about those little children that came snooping around the other day? Yeah. They aren't going to be a problem, are they? Don't worry your little head, Anthony. Your little area of the city is fine. I had one of my little helpers do some snooping around. I found out quite a bit about our new young friends. Oh, yeah? Oh, yes. For starters, I know their names. Maisie, Carley, and Cromwell. It seems they spend most of their time with another two, Neva and Samir. They're all new students at the university. I tracked where they all came from. It seems they are legitimately students, not some agents undercover. They were hired to sort out a rat problem in that old man's sandwich shop in the mall, the corner something or another. It seems he was having the same slimy problems a lot of other people have been having. Anyway, our dear friend Dr. Feltrin found out what a useful little crew they'd been and hired them to look into his most recent break-in. They had a little search around the city and yada yada yada. They traced back to me the arcane occlusion apparatus I custom made for your boy Chessa. I do hope that he's being reprimanded for leaving evidence at the scene of the crime. I wouldn't want such a silly little thing like that to affect our relationship now. Don't worry, love. He won't forget next time. Personally made sure of that. I'm glad to hear that. Regardless, having had them watched a little bit since then, I can honestly say they aren't a worry. I mean, I advise you keep an eye just in case. They definitely have potential. But currently their activities are more focused on things like, some sort of school competition, a treasure hunt maybe, and making a robot of some kind. The little goth girl is busy trying to find out how to use a chain knife for some reason. They're all going to class like good little kiddies. I think 2 of them were in detention for vandalism, and as far as I can tell, are scared shitless of ever coming this way again. Uni kids, eh? I'm not going to start making problems with the uni. If you're sure they won't be a problem, then I'll trust you. Mr. Dodgman, sir? The Saint just called. He wants to see you immediately. Well, duty calls. It was lovely seeing you again, Anthony. You must come around for that tea. These visits don't always have to be business, you know. Yeah. Maybe. the wonderful concerned looks of mostly Rowan, but generally people. I can't say, Rowan, you're wrong when you guessed that it would be one of the professors doing the.
I guess that was hopeful thinking.
I don't know if you heard at the beginning. It was clarified that was Fletcher talking.
Yeah.
As you had before, and someone who was called.
Look. So I just realised I haven't got my journal out.
Someone who was called. I can't remember now.
Anthony.
I blanked because I got distracted. Yeah, Anthony. Dodgeman. Anthony Dodgeman. That's the one. Because I know you like to write these things down.
I'm not going to write it down, but I'm sure that
I know somebody will. So,
if I wrote it down, I would read it.
I also made sure to have some uncomfortable music in the background, so it just doesn't feel quite right. We are
Did Sarah walk
starting.
past when you were recording that and just go, he's talking to himself again?
Honestly, she is pretty used to me just talking to me.
I would imagine so.
It's not. Actually, to be fair, I recorded that one while she was out, so she can't. But I have done it many times when she's around. Anyway, it is a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday afternoon, evening kind of time.
These words have never been said together at the same time. Nobody has ever said "wonderful Wednesday."
I'm being distracted. You heard your name, didn't you? No, don't worry about it. We're straight. Honestly, distractions. I'm keeping that all in. It is a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday afternoon. Now, with all of your timetables, I believe that when it gets past 3 o'clock, you will have nothing on a Wednesday evening. So you've all had plenty of different lessons. If I bring up my big timetable, I could tell you what they are, but it's not really too much of a bother. You've just been getting used to the average day, that you come across. A little note of things that have been happening. The day prior, Cromwell, you met Professor Morthagus, and he put that thingy on your head to try and work out where your sort of magic is, and he was saying it's really weird, it's not humanoid apparently, or at least he can't work out what it would be, so you were like, Maisie met Professor Gernthal, the psychology teacher, who was trying to do a similar thing, try to work out what's happening with all these weird invasive thoughts, put a tiara on your head, and was like, let's have a little bit.
We don't talk about that.
And we don't talk about tiara, and told you that you need to just make little notes when you hear thoughts or any situations that do that to sort of try and diagnose what the problem is. Also, Carly realized, or I forget exactly how it happened, but it came to your attention that the stone inside of your what they call braces was in fact a very powerful and very dangerous stone that you returned to its original owner, Etch, and in return he handed back an IOU to Carly and a chain knife, which is inside of that, inside of the, I forgot the word second time in a row, braces, as it used to kind of be for Flint, and now intrusive thoughts. No, sorry, I'm now reading what Joe was saying because Joe is struggling with internet. That's fine. I'll get back to that in a second. But Maisie now has a chain knife that fires out of a bracer, third time in a row, from a little thing on the side, and it's kind of janky, non-magical, but she's been told by Velka to take some initiative, learn how to use it, and then possibly she'll get some lessons. The intrusive thoughts were Maisie has, sometimes hears people's thoughts. So, like I said, it's a Wednesday afternoon. It's a little chilly. It is, later in the year. You're in September time. Something wake me up when September ends. But it's a little chillier, a little cooler. But it's one of those nicer days where you put on a jumper. The sun still beats down a little bit, and you sort of just get to sit down. I'm going to say, for no other reason than I can, that you're currently sitting in the park, in the center of everything, all of the different parts of the uni, sitting, appreciating the sun. Samir is not there. He made some vague, unbelievable excuse about having to do something to do with work, which you didn't believe, but honestly weren't too concerned, so he's just not around at the moment.
Let's be real.
Just...
He probably just said, I'm busy.
Yeah, something like that. He said, I'm not going to be around, and then left. And you haven't seen him. He didn't come back to the flat, but I haven't really been too concerned. It's Samir. And the rest of you are just sort of sitting down, possibly have like a cider in hand or something. You know what it's like being a uni student.
Maisie's throwing the chain knife around.
Hey, careful!
Neve will be scribbling in a book.
It's a nice afternoon, it. Very nice. So, anybody have any thoughts about this Warforged thing we're gonna make for this competition?
I thought Cromwell had ideas about it.
I got some ideas. If you guys are happy to leave it with me, I can sort it out.
I mean,
Fine with
I think
me.
it's best we have some input to it.
Sure.
I just want to win.
What input would you like?
Well, I'd like to know what's going on. Like, what's your plan?
Well, have you heard of none of us really do it, but have you heard much about like druid powers?
I've heard of them, yes.
It's the naturey stuff rather than like the math stuff.
So yeah, some of it's naturey, like animals and stuff. So I thought if I could maybe get it to like channel some like druidic stuff, maybe I could get it to like turn into a bear and then it could just rip the opponents to pieces. That was kind of the
would it
plan.
though? Would it be able to rip the other pieces as a bear? A bear would rip a human to pieces.
Yeah, but it would also still be like, metal.
It'd be pretty. Oh, metal bear. Oh, I see.
Well, I assume. So. I mean, I haven't tinkered with it yet, so I can't guarantee it. I would just assume that it wouldn't grow flesh and hair and stuff.
Should we talk to someone that's like, I don't know, knows how to do this stuff, rather than just like try to do that ourselves? Because I have no idea.
Do you know enough about druid stuff yet?
Me?
Oh,
yeah, I'm a druid. I know everything about druid stuff.
Do you?
No.
I didn't think so.
Well, look, we've got plenty of time before we have to do this. So, how long do you think it'll take you, Cromwell, to sort of create this thing?
Well, we've not been given the chassis thing yet, so I'm just kind of doing background research at the moment, and once we've got that, I'll be able to do stuff. I think that there was something about like extras that we could add to it though, but they cost money and we don't really have any.
We have some. I mean, I'm happy to use some of my money. I haven't got a lot, but some.
Oh, that reminds me, we need to sort out what day I'm getting my 10 gold from you each month.
What day would you want it to be?
When do you get it?
DM, when do we get it?
When do you get what?
Yeah, allowance
monthly
normally.
allowance. See, this is one of those things that I've thought through extremely well. It's the last Friday of every month.
Well, how about we pay you on the last Saturday of every month?
Why not just on the day that you get it?
So we can... I like to budget mine on the first day and not spend any, and then start spending it the day after.
Okay. But if you're late on it, it's going to be the day you get it.
What will we pay for you again?
I think that was part of your agreement to have Cromwell not get into so much trouble anymore.
I would run jobs past you first that we got.
Ah, okay.
It's more of a bribe than like an allowance.
Yeah, stuff of it, yeah. Yeah, no, you'll get paid, don't worry. I'm really good with money, just ask Neva. No, maybe. I have Neva.
Yeah.
Just a reminder,
My dad's getting in my head!
she did spend like 200 gold on our own family's wine the first day we got here.
Because Mum wouldn't let us bring any!
And then Dad said, just ask if you wanted some. You know you have to try both of them before you actually have to, go your own way.
Yeah, well, I was expecting Mum to have really got her claws into.
So anyway, I think if once we get this chassis thing, we give Cromwell a couple of days to see if he can do anything, and if it's not working, we'll come up with a plan B. So I mean,
the only restriction we have is that we can't pay anyone to help us with it. They just have to do it of their own accord, right?
well,
So-
Edge said he'd do owes me a favour, so we could always.
That's an option.
Well, yeah, although I mean, it might be useful to keep that in the back pocket in case of problems later, you know.
Maybe maybe the guy at the front of the shop. He seemed, I don't know, kind of cool.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We could have a word with him, or maybe we could. I mean, he seems a nice guy. Perhaps we could do it on credit with him. So pay him a bit later. What was that?
Well, we can't pay anyone to do it.
Is that part of the rules? I can't remember.
Yeah. That
I
was
can't
part of the
remember
rules.
either.
That was part of the rules. I'm trying to look for it, but apparently I don't have many notes in here. At least not as many as I thought I did. Budget and restrict. I just wrote down budget and restrictions. I don't fucking know.
Was Purdy even here for that bit?
I don't. Probably not. No.
No. I don't think
The
I
restrictions were. I don't think I believe I told you many of the restrictions because it wasn't really worth going into them. The budget thing was just you're not allowed to. You can get assistance, but it's not. It can't be paid assistance. It can't be like a company or like a business that is going to be assisting with making you this sort of a thing. It would have to be kind of just like friendly assistance, and it can't be like huge teams either. In terms of restrictions, basically, like there are restrictions, but it's
I think the budget was more so there's like an allowance of things that you can add, like equipment as well.
Yeah, they
like
said
20, I think it said 20
like,
gold of equipment or something.
I believe so. It was about there. I'm not going to worry about the exact numbers because it's more like you'll make the thing and I'll tell you whether or not you're allowed to attach the certain things that you're attached to it.
Sure.
And you had to go at some point collect the base of it, which was just like a non-modified Warforged body.
Why don't we go collect the base? Put it in the living room.
Just look at it?
And yeah, let the ideas come to you.
Fire.
How?
I don't know. I'm the
You can have ideas, but I need theories behind it.
No. I'm the ideas person. You guys figure out how to implement it.
Okay.
Okay, I've got an idea as well. Give us some more details.
Fire out the head and the hands, turn into a bear so that they have fire claws and a fire maw.
I like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's possible, but it sounds great.
Yeah. Cromwell has. I think he went off to pick up the base. I'm just gonna keep practicing here.
He's
just invisible.
He's just no. You look. He's down there. Look. You're looking over the top of his head. He's over there.
I'm trying. I'm just trying to concentrate. Just seeing if it helps me concentrate on what's happening.
What's my perception like? Gosh, it's been so long since we played. I've forgotten all my stats.
Anybody else got any more ideas?
I was distracted.
I
said that we should have fire coming out the top of its head and its claws.
It'll need to
easily.
Yeah.
It needs to be sort of able. You need to have some sort of defense as well. So if something else attacks it, we don't want it. It's all very well to be able to attack the other thing, but if it gets attacked, we don't want it to sort of fall apart straight away. Do we? So we need to be strong armor or.
I think the best defense is a good offense. So make it more deadly so that it doesn't have to ever defend from anything because they'll already be dead.
Well, how about fast then? Mm-hmm. So instead of defending, he just gets out of the way.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, some sort of ranged weapon would be good.
You're all talking about a bear, except for the ranged thing. You're all talking.
Okay, how about a bear where you can...
Talking about a bear.
A bear that can fire its claws. Or like its front half forward and then retract into itself.
Well, I was thinking, your like chain lady thing.
Yeah.
If you put a sort of clawed hand on the end of that instead of a blade.
Yeah, I like it.
I mean, I've got no idea how to do it, of course.
So fire
idea.
claw that shoots from its arm into the enemy's face.
We're going to lose, aren't we? Okay, I can see it coming.
No, absolutely not. This is an incredible idea. No one else will think of this.
I already came up with a name because I know you guys love
Oh,
Sorry, what?
like
Oh.
names.
What?
what name?
Cromwell?
Miss.
Miss?
Miss
I-
Marvel.
Sorry, I wasn't listening there for a moment. What did you say?
What did you say about a name?
I said I've already got an idea for a name because I know you guys like naming things.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
What is it?
Darwin.
What?
Darwin.
Darwin.
Where each letter stands for something.
Oh, I see. Darwin.
It's Darwin,
Deadly-
but each letter stands for something, and I can't remember what that's called.
Acronym.
Acronym.
Acronym, not an anagram. That was the
Deadly
one.
and...
Weaponized. Wait, there's an
No,
R
this
first.
is an R first. Deadly and
Really weaponized.
really weaponized.
Incredible.
Nibble.
No, not quite. I was thinking of druidic arcane replicator who incinerates naysayers.
Yes, I like that. That's good.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
getting
Yeah.
so lost in all these notes. None of it's making sense. What the hell is going on?
I'm
We
gonna
just
make
came
a-
up with
I'm
an
gonna make
acronym
our
for it.
robot really good.
It's gonna be
This
A
is
rope-
twofold. Sure, Neva maybe wasn't paying, wasn't understanding what's going on. Purdy, I know for a fact, was just having a conversation for 10 minutes with somebody outside of the room, so I has no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
It's going to be able to do lots of stuff. It's going to be able to shoot fire and turn into a bear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
you won't be able to do both at the same time just yet, but I'm going to work on it.
Okay.
How are we going to make this all work?
I was just going to research it. We've got time.
Right, so we need a defense mechanism, which I was thinking, is there any way of, if you're putting druidic power into it, have it so it can make shields or something out of... Do druids
mean,
do
we
the
can-
shield out of vines and stuff?
We can put armor on it, but
I'm more thinking if we've got
I
magic
don't
put
think
into
shielding
it,
is
can
really
we...
a druidy. Well, like we can put a shield on it, but I don't
got-
think if you're talking about the shield spell, I don't think that's a druid thing.
I have a shield. You can use that if you wish. Or I could put a. Are we allowed to use magic?
Mm.
I could put a shield of faith on it, but
I don't think we're allowed to do that. But yes, it will be super cool.
I think we should at least ask the guy in the weapon shop first. Just like, even if he's not going to help us, like a consultation or something like that.
That's a good idea.
Etch's blacksmith fellow,
yes. Anton.
Anton.
Hmm.
That's what I said.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll go and have a chat with him. But like I said, we got loads of time, so you can just leave it with me if you want. I'll
I
ask you
don't
guys for
think
help when
just
I need
leaving it with one person is a good idea. We should all work on it together.
Well, how about this then? Let Cromwell have a look and give you sort of, I don't know, 3 or 4 days, and then we'll have a get together and chat about it. How's that?
Okay.
Yeah. If
I'm
the-
going to
if
work
the
on some
chassis-
ideas as well.
If the chassis is available, then I could use your help getting it to the room.
We'll all go get
other
it.
than that, just leave it with me for now.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I can't really help very much anyway, so I'm happy with them.
I can probably carry it.
Really?
But,
But I mean,
these
it
guys
is
can.
it is a Warforged chassis. It might just be able to walk itself. I wasn't anticipating that we would just carry it. I was more thinking that we'll make sure nothing happens to it on the way.
No,
Well,
no,
why
shall
don't we go
yeah,
as
let's
a
go
group,
check.
go look at it?
Yeah.
Why is everyone trying to do everything by themselves? It's a group competition.
Because we're
Absolutely.
individuals as well, and we have classes to worry about.
No shit.
Yeah, aren't
Well-
you doing like 6 extracurricular things? Like,
But that's not the point. I
Do
can
you
fit
want
this
to
in
have
as
to
well.
be working on your Strangelings dress-up thing at the same time as working on a robot?
I mean, I can make it look like a strangeling. It's fine.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Why? Felix was a Warforged, wasn't he?
You would be the only one that
He
knows
was.
that.
Yeah, but everyone will
See,
be.
I'm not the only one.
I don't know how cool they look. We wanna stand out.
Well,
That's
It's
what the
green.
bear on fire is for. A metal bear on fire is badass.
Well, where's the chassis then? Do we know?
Some guy's office, probably.
oh my.
Who's in charge of this bit of the competition? Who was it? I can't remember who told us about it.
I don't remember either.
I can't remember
I
either.
don't
It's
remember
been way
either.
too long
It
for me
feels
to
like a
remember
long time
anything.
ago that we found out about it, even though it was yesterday.
It's been a month and a half. Holy shit.
Just to kick in for a second, no, you never
it's a
really
leaflet.
found out where
No, it's a leaflet.
your chassis will be. You were just told that you need to collect it at some point.
Right,
Okay,
let's
well-
go down.
What have I got?
Student
Sorry, what?
Union should be able to tell us.
Why have I got Carmanthian Dragons Create Level 2 written down? That's what we're going
Okay.
to call ourselves, wasn't it? We're going to call ourselves the Carmanthian Dragon. No,
But you are, in fact, the Bay Lunatics.
I
That's
said,
someone else.
I've got-
That I think that's our first fight.
Oh, that's right.
Let me confirm that for you, because that does actually sound right. Yes.
Do we have a date for that?
Yes. It is on the 27th, Saturday the 27th.
2 weeks away or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
2.5 weeks.
that's way less time than I thought we were gonna have.
Who is it
That's
again?
okay.
Fair enough.
I don't have that many extracurriculars.
Who is
I-
it against?
The Carmanthian
Carmanthian
Dragons.
Can we help at all?
I
I
could
think
use
we
some
can
gaffer tape, some googly eyes, and also some good, like kind of medium-ish armor. Not something too heavy, not something too light, and a shield, and that would be a really good start.
Well, I've got where's my inventory? I've got some half plate armor and a
do?
shield.
That you don't use.
I do use it, yeah, but I mean, if you want to use it for this, that's fine.
Yeah, but I mean, you might not get it back.
Well, I'll have to get some new then, won't I?
Okay.
Should we just go to that guy's office where we first signed up for this stuff?
Yeah, let's just go there and find out.
Googly eyes.
Please do.
Mine is on my front door.
Oh yes.
They will. I thought that would be good for the whole Lunatics kind of thing.
Right, let's not think of the aesthetic. Let's just go and get the bloody bot.
I'll handle the aesthetic completely. Don't worry about it.
Oh dear.
No one is doing anything by themselves.
Does that mean that we all get to tell each other what to do as well, or is it just you that gets to do that?
Do we know where this is coming from?
A
Can
place
I-
of deep insecurity.
Can I, sleight of hand, try to get a high five from Cromwell for that?
Sure. Stealth or sleight of hand? Do sleight of hand. You can both do a little sleight of hand.
They're both a dirty 20, so.
Sleight of hand from me is.
And a perception from Neva.
It was a 4 for me. So I probably just walked over and was like, yeah.
And a natural 20 for me.
Yeah, you didn't notice Maisie's initial little, put back for a high five, but you did see, because of the height difference, Cromwell just kind of...
Really?
Yeah. That was, I believe the kids call it a sick burn.
We are kids, right? University.
Should we go get the thing from the...
Yes!
Yeah,
I am.
let's go.
if nobody knows where this thing is, I'm going to head over to the student union and ask.
Yeah, I said we should go to the student.
We're going to.
Right,
Why is no one listening to each other?
Let's go. I'm going now. Look, this is me going. I'm on my way. You coming?
I need some air back.
Come on. I'm
You
going.
think Samir's
I'm
going
on
to
my way.
listen?
I'm halfway there. Hurry up.
You know what? Personally, I never thought I'd miss Simon so much.
So you travel across to Lettingham Hall, and as you of course know, without any reminder needed, it has the student lounge, kitchen, cafe, the shops, and then upstairs, well, downstairs actually, there's some student information, but upstairs there's the student services and the Adventurers Guild registration room. Which would you be traveling towards?
We're going to the guy who we signed up.
Yeah, they dragged us to the student union
Oh,
because
yeah,
no one
sure.
heard us saying that.
No. Cal tried to do that. We're all walking the opposite way to the.
No, my
Guys,
idea was also to
office.
go to the student union to ask.
Oh well, I'm going with Maisie to the guy's office.
I'm going to go to the sort of.
So you're splitting the party.
There'll be an admin office.
Yeah!
There'll be an admin office in the student union, so I'll just head there.
Okay.
I am
You
with
head over
Cal.
to, there's no admin office, I told you the rooms that exist. There's the student services, or there's the...
Student services sounds
It's
admin.
fine. Yeah, it's admin.
So you walk in, lots of rooms, as you know, it's like the C-shaped kind of thing, lots of rooms, and plenty of people in. The one that looks most free, or at least looks at you, so gets a bit of eye contact, is fairly young, look like they may have just graduated the uni, maybe sort of in between jobs kind of a state. Elven, kind of short, bit of like cropped hair, and looks a little, not necessarily uncomfortable, but kind of out of place. And as you walk in, it's just like, hi.
Hello there. Morning. Quick question. I don't know if you can help us.
Mhm.
Where do we
This,
get robots from?
Yeah, the Warforged frame for this competition. You know.
We got a leaflet.
I've forgotten the name of the
Yeah.
competition.
You probably want to talk to whichever professor's in charge.
Do you know what that
Which
is?
one's that?
Opens a box like a looking through. It's Professor Hathis.
And where's their office?
YC5.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll head over towards YC5. YC.
Meanwhile, over at YC5.
Veluna Cathedral 5.
Yep.
Yes, you all get there at the same time miraculously.
What?
No.
You're just walking.
And you're standing outside of the office of Martin Hathis.
We're stood waiting for them.
Hey, guys, aren't you glad that we confirmed it was this place?
We
Hey.
knew already. That's why we've been stood here for the past 10 minutes waiting for you.
That was a good guess. Well done.
Yeah, that's right. We knew. We weren't just making an educated
Yeah.
guess. We
And
knew.
we confirmed. That is
Mhm.
teamwork.
But I
right.
don't know. We'll find
The
out.
first bit of teamwork you guys have done all fucking day.
While they're
I mean,
chatting,
we've
while they're
had classes
chatting, I'm gonna.
You knock on the door and you hear a little, come in.
I'll come in.
Open the door. And you see, as you have seen before, the 6'4", gigantic human male, sort of older, slightly beginnings of wrinkling to the skin, weathered a bit more by sun, but a little by age. In the corner of the room, you can see a gigantic, set of armor. I was going to say on like a bust, but it's not just bust. It's like a whole set of armor put up, which of course he's not currently wearing. He's instead wearing some sort of simple underclothes. And writing some things down, evidently making some notes, and just says, how can I help you?
Good afternoon, Professor. We're interested in where we pick up the chassis of the Warforged for the competition.
They are all currently being stored?
Oh, good. I hate it when they're
All
not
currently being
stored.
stored in the blacksmithery.
Are we able to? Are we allowed to take one now?
I will come with you. You will need to unlock them.
Thank you.
I was going to depend on Professor Vasvias being there for you, but the chances are slim.
Why?
He's
He
quite a
tends to
busy
make
man.
himself scarce.
Oh, Bathfias.
He's
Yeah,
a very nice
sorry.
man. He's a very
I
clever
was
man.
getting the professors confused.
He closes up his book, stands up, and just so much taller than any of you. He's also just got such an intimidating frame. Like, even with his age, you can tell he's got a muscular body.
I could take him.
And just walks straight out the door. He's like twice your size. He just walks out the door towards the guild hall, which is fairly close by. As you're walking, he says, "So, do you have an idea of your Warforged?"
Picture this: a bear on fire.
But on
This
purpose.
seems cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, no, ignore
Maybe
them.
to our opponent.
We're thinking possibly in putting in druidic power into it.
Yes, that is what we were thinking.
If you wish for druidic power, then perhaps you should talk to Professor Presh. They are the leader of natural magic.
It's on my list.
Who?
Professor
Brash.
Brash.
Presh.
Presh.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much indeed.
After not so long, you get over to the guild hall, walk through around the sort of outside path into what is labeled on the front, the Forge, which he opens with one of his keys, just the main door. And inside, this is a very impressive metal workshop with lathes and sort of welding stations, all sorts of incredible things. And over in the corner, behind a massive cage, you can just see a ton of very simple Warforged bodies, all of which are being supported by a very similar thing to if you've ever seen an engine being taken out of a car. These sort of like chains holding it from a big sort of crane sort of thing. Hanging there. And he walks over to the cage, unlocks it, comes out, pulls out one of these things on roller wheels and says, "How are you planning on getting this back to your...
Well, I was going to ask you
wherever
about
you're
that.
taking it?"
Do they have any sort of power of their own? Can they go into their own power, or do they need to be towed or transported?
It will take me a few minutes, but I may be able to set it up.
If that is possible, that would be a lot easier. If not,
It
we were
would be
going
faster for Professor Vasvias. I can attempt to call him first.
to... Please.
And he walks over and steps over into the corner, gets out his talk stone and puts in the number. And does Professor Vasvias pick up? There's a question.
Somewhere else in the city, there's the Nokia ringtone going off. He flips open the stone. Like, yeah. Yes?
Echelion, are you able to come to the Forge to help set up one of these Warforged?
I guess. Yeah, sure.
I will see you in a few.
Mm-hmm.
Just hangs up. Just the film thing where they don't say goodbye, they just hang up.
Yep.
Do you know
days
if...
later.
Do you know if Professor Presh is around today that we could talk to them?
I believe he has some classes until 5.
Okay, thank you.
What time is it now? About 3?
Yeah, about
Half 3.
half 3-ish.
3, 4.
By the time Etch gets there, sets up our Warforge and everything, we should be fine.
Yeah, the school year will be over. So
Yeah.
eventually, yes, Professor Vasvias walks in and Martin Hathis, or Professor Hathis, just walks out, gives him a little nod, and walks off. They have you get the feeling they have a fair rapport, nothing too solid, but no arguments. And he walks off.
Cordial.
You're left with, he's left with Professor Vasvias, walking in with his walking stick. Probably slightly warm, obviously walked across the city.
Hello again, Professor. Very kind
Cool.
of you to come and do this for us.
Yeah. These are the first people to come pick one up, right? I'm assuming, since they just announced it.
Thank
First
you for
one,
coming to
so.
help us.
Yeah, no problem.
We're very keen, very keen.
I assume
We'd like
this
to assess
is...
the Warforge before we start making major plans.
That's fair. I assume that this is activated similar to how Felix's new body was way back when.
Yeah, so it's
You're the
already
professor,
pretty
you
much
tell
pre-set
us.
up. It's pretty much pre-set up. The setup is you have like permissions to make it run effectively. and sort of assign it to them, put in their names and all that kind of stuff. Activate a tracking beacon so that it doesn't go walking off, and also connect it to a little remote control, a very simple remote control, because it's not sentient, it doesn't have a brain. So it's just all that basic kind of stuff that means they can make it walk via its own power.
Sure.
And also they get the choice of what RGB color they want to be in the the power lines running through them, the shiny bit.
I'm also going to say there's a nice little hologram on the back that pops up as like a team jersey name, but just hologram floating
Sure.
I'll go configure this. Just stand in front of it so it can like scan your face and whatnot after and it'll acknowledge you.
I'd be interested to see how it works, Professor, if you don't mind me watching.
Sure. Not
So he opens up like a panel on the back, and inside is just this insanely complex set of arcane engineering that, to be honest, even Etch doesn't really understand. Like, someone else has done the electronics, you just know the mechanics side
some
of things.
Hydra shit.
Exactly. But you know all the sort of like the pistons and things. You can see some of it from the outside, but I mean, you'd be looking at it in awe. It's like if you were looking inside of a hypercar engine, you'd be like, yes, there's the things,
It
but
appears
it
to work on some form of electricity.
And when you open up this bag, like a little keyboard pops out and you start typing into it. Although it is Etch, so it's probably
Not quite that slow.
it's definitely one finger though.
Yeah, he's probably not saying much. It's just like you have to watch, not to be told what's happening.
That's fine.
He's typing in a bunch of code, which he's obviously switched the language over to Kierwin, because why wouldn't he? I'm sure Edge, especially at his age, just gets grumpy and doesn't like using common. So after a while, it's set up. He asks you what color you want it to be.
Purple.
The veins are in purple. There you go. And yeah, hands you a little controller.
Oh,
and I'm
team
sure
name.
Oh, yes.
Lunatics.
Little hologram pops out the back and floats just above its shoulder blades.
That's so
It says
cool.
Lunatics.
Lunatics, Darwin, D.A.R.W.I.N.
Yeah.
That's excellent. That's brilliant.
Alright, and use this controller. There should be like a follow mode button where it should just like
Neither takes it.
follow you guys. Alright. Should be good to go. Make your modifications however you deem worthy. And,
Thank you, Professor.
Do you have any advice
Good
before we
luck.
start, Professor?
I'm not sure I'm allowed to do that.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
You're allowed to do it as long as we don't pay you, I think was the rules.
Make it better than the other ones. I'm not really sure. It's hard to know without knowing your competition, you know?
I was thinking the same thing, actually. Well, thank you anyway.
Yeah.
As we walk away, I'll just say, this guy was a strangeling?
Do
Like
not
400.
disrespect him like that. He was a really good strangeling.
I mean, the thing is, of course, being able to react to situations, isn't it? He's right, of course. You half the way of winning is to know the weakness of your enemy. So it's very difficult to design something when you don't really know what you're up against.
What I want to know is, why does he intimidate Maisie so much? Maisie, you haven't said a thing since he's been around.
She's just looking at her chain knife gauntlet. I was nearly falling asleep, sorry.
See, and this is why one person shouldn't be in charge of stuff.
I told you
Try to pay attention.
I'm the ideas woman, okay? I'm not worrying about the details.
Exactly.
I don't know what eggs have to do with it.
Very funny, very droll.
Right, let's head over
Right.
to Callaway Quad.
Well, hang on. What time is it now? Should we go and see this Professor?
Yeah,
his name?
which is in Callaway Quad.
You see, I don't know. I can't remember.
Do you not know? Oh my. Oh my.
No, I don't. I don't have my maps to hand.
How does Neva know that it's in Callaway Quad?
Because she has a map.
I've got a
Which
map that says
professor are you talking about?
The one for natural magic.
Fresh.
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 So how doesn't he even know that he's
I
in
don't know.
Callaway Quad?
Let's be
No, they're
let's
great.
be real. If any of us did know, it would be Neva.
True, but like none of you have been told. You don't even know who this professor is.
She, I don't know, looked on some whatever information she had in her pocket that might have it on.
In reality, Purdy
List
made
of-
an educated guess.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. All right.
No?
Well, the truth of reality is, I don't actually have a place for precious. Probably, yeah. I don't know.
I'm just looking at like where the subjects are and natural magic's in Callaway Quad.
I
Fair.
think we should go to
Why do you
where
think
most of the
natural magic is
magic
in Callaway
teachers
Quad?
are,
What?
which is
Because
in
it's
the
on the
magic
list.
tower learning place.
Okay. It doesn't really
That's-
matter. You could
that's
just say I'm
where
going
all
to go
the-
see pressure. Like, yeah, you're going to go see pressure.
That's where all of the other magic teachers are. So why don't we try there first?
Where?
On your way out,
The
by
tower
the
where you
way.
learn magic.
On your way
Sorry,
out.
you wouldn't have been there.
On your way out, you see there is in fact a list of who is going to be fighting who. In the Warforged Wars coming up, which I just need to make sure none of that is. Yes, so this has basically all of the different teams, and it's a very small thing, but all the different teams and all of their different fights. So you see that in no particular order other than what I have it here. The team, so it goes team and then name of.
Can't read that.
I'm
It's
sorry.
Tiny.
Who the fuck took the Strangelings?
So we have Deja, who have
Oh my
Kraken
God.
fighting Hail Mary, who have Scrapper. We've got Vile Badgers with Ripsaw fighting the Strangelings with Hero. The Strangelings is the team name of Hero. We've got the Golden Droids with 24K fighting Young Mages and Arcanor. The Firestarters with Gollum fighting Vanquishers with Extinguisher. The New Gods with Strada fighting Old School Cool with Stephen the Rock. We've got the Chosen Ones with Talona with fighting Owlbears with Alcub. We've got Whizbang with Crackle fighting the Gifted Sons with Spirits. We've got Team Awesome with Winner Winner fighting Hustlers with
Jesus.
Conman. We have Team Phoenix with Ashbot fighting Ultimate Warriors with Champybot. We have insert team name here with insert bot name here fighting Groundbreakers with 2-Bit. We have Genesis with Starlight fighting Cyborg Crushers with Clamper. We have Legends to Be with Champion fighting Lightning Slammers with Electric Hydra. We have the Underdogs with Billy fighting Lunchroom Bandits with Sandwich. We have the Falcons with Greyhawk fighting the Stormwings with Tempest. We have Demogorgon with Prince fighting Ice Cream with Sunday.
Sunday.
And then the Veil Lunatics with Darwin fighting Carmanthian Dragons with Rayoran.
I don't know how we're going to beat Ray
When did
Oren.
we decide on Darwin for the name? Was that the week I wasn't there?
Literally
No,
just now.
it-
It was about-
speaking
it was
of,
about 20
you're
minutes
yelling at
ago.
everyone else for not listening, and you are not
Oh, was
listening.
that when I wasn't actually listening?
Yes.
Maybe.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
But Darwin was evidently appeared when it was typed into the bot. Like it sort of updated it with it. So
This
that is
is-
now just official.
I have got
this
to know
I
list
love
how-
that name.
is
How
incredible.
do they know the names of these robots if we're the first person to pick ours up?
You're the first one to pick it up. You're the last person to input the names.
Oh, okay.
And now I ask the question: who's your favorite?
I really like the
Insert team
Lunchroom
name here,
Bandits.
Insert bot name here.
That one is too.
Yeah,
that
I
one's
really
too
like that
real. I love all the little Easter eggs for the
Yeah,
last
like
campaign.
Sunday and Sandwich.
I want to know: does this mean that the Demogorgon or Demogorgon as the Lord of the Abyss exists in Gel, and we just haven't come across him yet?
Maybe.
There's some fun things in there.
Also,
for
I love
example-
how Sunday is misspelled for what I assume
Yep,
to be.
fully aware. Don't get
I
me
know.
wrong, Not a misspelling. That is a fully aware. I didn't spell it like the ice cream. Yeah, there are some little things in there that are quite fun, which
I fucking hate Team Awesome already. Are they the arseholes we
Team
don't
Awesome
like?
with Winner
You
Winner.
know it is. You know it is. Oh God.
And
I
there's another little
also
thing
really hate.
that's-
No, the people who took the name the Strangelings. Those are the ones that live
Yeah.
across the hallway from us. The fucking ego.
No, they're not into Strangelings.
How do you know?
The other little thing that is
Um,
noted there, that the first fight between Genesis, Starlight, and the Cyborg Crushers and Clamper is this Saturday.
Oh, what the fuck?
Sucks for them.
Are there dates on this? Because I can't see any dates.
No, they're not.
Oh, okay. We're the first
Is
one to
really
pick up, and we're not even fighting this Saturday.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. That gives us some more time. I'd like to actually see one of these fights anyway, see what we're up against.
Yep.
True.
Right, let's go see the professor.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. Do we decide where he was, or do we need to go and find out?
We should ask at the magic bit of the school. They're
I
a magic
trust-
teacher.
I trust Neva's intuition, or book learning, that it's in Callaway Quad.
Fair enough.
You go over to Callaway Quad. There's a lot of officers over there, so your chances are fairly high. But at this point, it's probably about just hitting about 5 o'clock, so you know that the lessons will be ending. There's a lot of, actually, there's not many classes. It looks like a lot of second year classes are finishing about now, rather than first year. And as you wait, eventually you see a lot of the professors coming back, one of which you see going past, Professor Bragan, who you recognize. A few others who also would be here. But you've spoken to Professor Bragan outside of these offices a couple of times, who, as usual, because he seems to recognize the twin, they're not twins, the sisters at this point, it's like, hello, here again, hopefully not for a bad reason.
No,
No, we've
hi,
been very responsible. Hide the
We have.
gauntlet.
Any chance you know where the Professor of Natural Magic is?
Oh, Jin, I mean, Professor Presh, yes, he'll be here in a bit. I think.
Insight check.
What do you mean insight check?
Natural one. Never mind.
Firstly, what are you inciting?
There seemed to be a weird familiarity there. That was
Why? Professors
the
know each other's first names.
Yeah, one
but
of the
quite often
teachers
No.
knows
forget.
another teacher.
Yeah.
Seems a bit strange to me.
yeah,
Well, one, it
sus.
seems perfectly normal anyway. Yes, he'll be over in just a few. I don't believe you've probably met him before.
No, we've never.
No, I was hoping
Artemis, big Leonin, sort of tiger markings.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's interesting.
As you wait a few minutes, as he steps away, you see eventually this, no kidding, 6'4", very big and muscular Leonin with these tiger muscles. This sort of kind of longer sweeping hair, a little bit backwards, kind of like, it's not a mane, 'cause obviously, it's not a lion, it's a tiger, but it kind of has like a mullet feel. It's not a mullet, it's just because of the form of the head and how the hair generally goes down, it kind of looks like a mullet. So I guess it technically is. And then as he walks over, he doesn't really pay attention to you as he's walking past.
Professor Presh?
Turns it, yes.
Hi, we were just wondering if we could have a moment of your time, please.
Of course. Please, step this way. And he steps through, avoiding a few of the others. And again, you see lots of professors. You get that like anxiety sweeping in as you just standing in a sea of professors. And eventually takes you around to sort of another side in his little office. It's not huge. Kind of a tight squeeze fitting in there. He's quite large for the chair as well. So it's obviously like squeezes into his little chair and tiny little desk and all this kind of stuff. But eventually, yes, he sits down, puts away a load of books that he was holding, looks up and says, "How may I assist?"
So we have just picked up our Warforge for the battles. We were thinking about putting druidic magic into it, and we were told you were the best person to go see.
Well, I am aware of natural magics, druidic. It shouldn't be too difficult. As far as I am aware, the magic with the Warforged, as they are not sentient, casting magic in the same way is not as simple. You will need to, with instruction, collect almost magic charges, spells contained in bottles, orbs, to be activated by your Warforged. It's not too difficult. There are certain ones that we are allowed to hand out and give, or you can get them elsewhere. So if you create the capacity to cast, in quotes, these pieces of magic, we can provide the magic on the day. Just be aware of what you want.
What are the chances of having a shape-shifting charge?
It is possible. It is possible.
What are the chances if we say want it to shift into a bear
On
Of it
fire.
being maybe of it being a metal bear.
With the way that this magic tends to work, especially on these Warforged, it will probably be transformative in shape rather than necessarily just flesh and hair. So it will probably remain robotic,
Awesome.
but be as a different shape.
That's what we needed. And is there a way to use druidic power to make it have some form of fire?
Probably. There is a lot of magic.
Druids are super good at fire.
I don't trust your knowledge, Kuma.
I think
No,
that says a lot
really?
about you as a person.
Do
No,
your
it says a lot
research.
about you as a person.
Do your research. These are moving into the territory of questions I am not allowed to answer for fairness.
Okay. At least we know we're on the right path. Thank you.
Is there anything else?
Could you give me like a druidic focus so that I can do some practice with it, like installing it, etc.
I'm sure I can.
Thank you.
Yeah, steps over, gets up, really tall in this room, and goes over to a little box and just sort of opens it up with a bunch of like various different totes and bits and bobs and stuff, and sort of just shows you the box. And inside there is probably exactly what you want. I don't know what you were thinking you were looking for.
I'll just take like a really glowy acorn.
Yeah, so just nestled in, like a little bit of underlighting, is just this little acorn made of like a. It's obviously not an actual seed. It's got like a metallic. It's kind of a mixture of metal and wood. It's a weird sort of in between of the two, letting off a very dull glow. Yeah. Wonderful
Thanks, Prof.
choice.
That looks so interesting.
Guys, it's almost like I knew what to look for. I have
Sure.
thought about this.
Well, if there's any other way I can assist, do not hesitate to come back.
Thank you. We'll get out your hair now.
It has been lovely.
Come on, guys. Let's leave the professor.
You
I
may
did
do.
really well at restraining myself. I did really good.
I am proud of you.
So shall we head back to the flat now, or?
Yeah, let's
Oh,
get this
also, I'd like to
Warforged
point out
back.
this entire time this Warforged has been.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
Cromwell,
yeah.
are you okay to work with this in the flat, or you got somewhere else in mind?
Yeah, I was just gonna put it in my room so it wasn't making a mess everywhere. You know, in the
I was
place that
thinking
we
of just-
that we hang out.
I was just leaving it deactivated in the corner.
Yeah, but I might not want it to be deactivated when I'm working on it.
Well, no, we'll obviously activate it for when we're working on it. But first, we need to do research.
How big is this thing?
It's medium.
It is. It looks as though it's currently standing about 6 foot tall, so not massive in comparison. Like for like most people, but it's it looks as though it has all sorts of adjusters and things that means you could make it bigger, stronger. Like the arms look like a lot of it looks very Lego-esque, with you could like pull off the forearms or the arms and connect and that sort of stuff.
Okay, I didn't realize it was like a full ass Warforged. I thought it was like a
Yeah, yeah.
modified like BattleBots size Warforged.
No, it's full Warforged size.
That's great. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Let's head back to the old. I didn't know, Cromwell. You were saying you wanted to borrow my armor and shield as well, so we'll do that while we're there.
I mean, if you're happy to give it up, but like I said, you might not get it back.
Oh, for the. Do you know we're gonna get some apart from the one I've got?
Personally, I think we should look into things before we start working on it.
Sure.
You think we can replace the faceplate with like a skull-looking faceplate? It'd be really
Well,
cool.
we can have a aesthetically pleasing one made. Even if we make it out of like paper mache.
So yes, pretty much. I wouldn't. That's very long.
Sets
Wouldn't
itself on fire and
Yes.
immediately all the aesthetics just
So Cromwell, what you're going to be sort of you're the druidy one. What sort of research do you think we need to do for this?
If you can find one, I would love a book on the anatomy of like beasts. That would be good.
yeah, I really want something like that as well.
That's
Don't
weird,
you
but
already
okay.
have that?
Probably, but I want to see if they've got a more up-to-date one because mine's like 3 years old now.
Why do you want one?
Why do they need to update anatomy of creatures? Like,
Because
we're
the
just
more
looking.
people research them, the more information they get.
No, but why?
I like to have the newest edition, but Mum refused to keep buying me them because they would release one every year.
Why do you want a book on the anatomy of beasts and stuff? Like, I need it for this. That's just weird if you want it.
I need it for my book.
What
Sorry.
Also
So you're
because you're
filling up
taking
your
Fairground's
monstrous manual with work that's already been done by other people in other books.
No, it's so I can research more. Plus, I need to know it for their own studies.
Okay.
Well, fair enough. Look, in that case, Cromwell, why don't you take this thing back to the flat then, and I'll perhaps Maisie and I can head over to the library and see if we can find the latest version of this book.
Okay, you gotta give me the control then, Neva.
No, I'll come with you. I'll go meet everyone at the library.
Okay. I'm into it in more than just one way, but that's fine. I will get on top of Darwin's shoulders and hold on to his head. I say, Darwin,
Away!
the flat at this address.
You currently have it in follow mode, so it goes nowhere.
See, if someone had given me the controls, that would have looked really cool.
And it didn't. So
Exactly.
let's go.
While they're chatting, I'm going to head off towards the library. Maisie,
Yeah,
come
I'm good.
Okay, fine.
in?
Two go to the library, two go to the flat. So back to the apartment is fairly simple. It just follows you up the stairs. You almost get knocked off Cromwell by when it goes through a doorway and doesn't stop because
Why
Neva
would
doesn't
it?
stop. Neva doesn't stop, so therefore it doesn't stop. But yeah, you get it inside. Sit it in. I don't know where you're putting it, but you sit it in the corner. Switch it off for now.
I'm keeping the remote.
I think that's a bad idea.
No, she didn't voice that. She just puts it in her pocket.
I think it's a bad idea that you are the only person who's allowed to have the remote.
I think it's a bad idea giving you a remote when you're not supervised.
I just want you to take a second, Neva, and just have a think about what you just said. Think about what you just said out loud
Yep,
to someone that you say is your friend.
yep. And that's why I can say it to you.
See, that's the kind of thing that people who aren't friends say to each other.
No, it's the type of thing that people who are friends and know each other say to each other. You and my sister have been getting into a lot of trouble in the past 9 days of being here. I do not trust you or her with the remote unsupervised.
So why do you think that you're better than us?
How much trouble have I got into?
More. You vandalized.
I got detention once.
You vandalized a national
It's in
monument.
in 9 days. What do you mean in 9 days? You've been in detention already.
More than that,
Yeah.
I think you've been there for.
We've not had anything like that. We
No,
got
you just got into a fight in an alleyway
that you
almost
also joined.
to save you guys.
I mean, that's still being in the trouble. You're not exempt from that.
I didn't cause
just-
said trouble though.
I would like you to consider that you're not better than us.
I know I'm not better than you.
Then stop assuming the
I'm not assuming at
responsibility
all.
while excluding other people from it. Okay? That might have, your relationship with your sister is whatever you guys have cultivated over the years, and that's between the two of you. But you got to remember, I am not your sister.
You're not.
We don't have that kind of relationship. So
That is
I would
very
ask
true.
that you treat me and the others with a bit more respect.
I treat you with respect. I also treat you with the knowledge of what has happened in the past 9 days. Yes, I have
Neither.
been in detention for destroying something that was following in my sister's footsteps. I have
Neither.
learnt from there and not doing it again.
Neither. You're not quite listening to me. You don't get to tell me that I am not being that I am being respected when I'm telling you that is not what you're doing.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm still not giving you the remote.
A cricket
Okay.
chirps
Well,
nearby.
I guess we know where we stand then.
Good, I'm glad we do.
No, I'm gonna go to my room.
Okay.
No, I don't tell you that. I just go.
Yeah, as you go, I just have one go, okay, I'm going to the library.
A little bit later, whilst you guys are already at the library, well, actually, I guess we'll do you guys at the library first. Where are you going? What are you doing? What are you looking for? Just sitting around? Going to a cafe?
No, we're going to go to the library. Going to head up to the desk in the library.
Iced coffee at the cafe, please.
For a nice coffee? Yeah, they do iced coffee. They do a lovely iced coffee.
Wonderful.
Find, actually.
Yeah. Nice.
Very nice idea. I'm going to head up to the receptionist or the desk at the library and say, "Hello, we're looking for book on the latest book on what's it called? What do you call it? The best beasts and things. The Anatomy of Beasts."
Yeah, they direct you down one of the sides. There's a bit of like the natural world and all those sorts of things, nearby history. Well, there's a few editions. The last few editions of the book that Neva was talking about. Various other things, separate. Some separated out into like dragons, and some separated out into like mammals or all the sorts of things that you'd expect to see. So it's quite a various amount.
I'm looking for one which has bears.
Yeah, there's one which focuses on predators, or it focuses more on like non-magical predators, because bears and things like that are counted as non-magical because they have no adjustments. Things like owl bears also do fit into there, even though they are a bit on the borderline. But they don't have like a. Someone opens a can in the library.
It's canned iced coffee.
Yeah, yes, it is. Anyway, yeah, it's not something that like has flames coming out of it or anything like that. Like dragons are also magical.
Damn.
So, there's a fair amount on bears.
Is there a book which has the anatomy of any kind of beast which does have flames coming out of it? I don't know what that would be, like a salamander or
there's a fair few things.
Infernal beasts.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could try and find some infernal style beasts. There's sort of things. What's coming out of this for a second? Because you guys are going to be level 2 if you do druidic stuff. What's the CR of things you can go up to?
Did you say level 2?
Yeah.
You'd said level 3 was where you wanted us
level
to start
3.
with.
That's true. I do remember saying 3 for the fun of it.
I have it written down as level 3 more.
Yeah, I have it written down in mine as 2 because I never updated that.
In terms of you're talking about the combat wild shape for.
Yeah. I think it's a quarter.
It is while using wild shape, you can transform into. It is as high as 1 at the moment. Yes.
Oh, that's higher than.
And then. So we ignore the max CR column of the regular druid beast shapes table, but we have to abide by the other limitations. So we can't pick something that like flies or swims at the moment.
Yeah. You were saying things that were like infernal. So looking through the sort of infernal things that exist, that would also not be
cow.
boring. Stench cow, yes, of course. So there's imps, but they're very small. That looks cool. A Maw demon. Not that you'd necessarily be able to.
Is there a less demon?
A Maw demon. So a Maw demon appears to be a mouth with some claws coming off of it.
Nice.
It's medium, so it'll be not huge, but it's this sort of like weird, like eyes in random places. This weird sort of deformed bluish scale-ish skin, claws and feet coming out of all sorts of different directions. This huge mouth down the side of it, vertical mouth with horrible teeth. a very violent thing. It's not something that's ever seen up on the surface. It is, talked about in the Nine Hells and all that kind of stuff, but not fun.
Oh, take that one.
Maw demon.
I would take
More
a
as
couple
an
of,
MAW, yes.
I'm going to take a couple of free books, basically, with the bear one and whatever else looks like it might be useful to sort of.
Well, in the Beast one, things you'd find that would be interesting. Two-headed crocodiles.
Sounds unpleasant.
That would be quite a fun one in there. A giant octopus. Direwolf.
I think we can only turn into beast things anyway, right?
Is it only
Yeah.
these things?
It's
Oh, then
only
you couldn't
beast.
turn into the mod. You've now seen the mod demon. You can't turn into it. So that wasn't something I was aware of. So yeah, you can find like two-headed crocodile, tigers, giant octopus, direwolf, lion, giant hyena, those sorts of various things. I believe a bear is probably down here somewhere.
Brown bear is on the first page.
Funnily enough,
Zero,
D&D for
zero.
some reason feels the need to have several different kinds
Brown
of
bear.
bears at different CRs.
Yes. Well, because they are different. So a brown bear is a CR1, a black bear is a CR half, and that does make sense. Black bears are
Yeah.
they are smaller and less of a thing. But yeah, there's general information on the sort of normal beasts.
Giant eagle. No, I can't fly. We can't.
You start reading, bears are carnivorous mammals of the family Ursidae. They're classified as carniforms or dog-like carnivorans. Although only 8 species of bear are extant, they are widespread, appearing in a wild variety of habits through the various hemispheres, and particularly other various hemispheres in general, because I'm definitely not reading off the real Wikipedia that exists. in
Giant
the world.
octopus. Giant octopus.
So I'm going to grab a couple of books which have these sort of various things in,
Mhm.
and then go and check them out at the desk.
And as you get down to the desk, you see only Neither and only Neither.
I got the book that I know, but she wanted.
Yes, you just like hand her the latest
Yeah.
edition of the Therion and Beast Studies sort of textbook.
There you go.
She seems distracted.
Here we have a couple more books. Where's Cromwell? I wanted to ask you which one he wanted about these flame things.
He is currently in his bedroom.
Is he?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, why is that?
Giant rock.
We had a bit of a falling out back at the flat.
What did you
You only left
do?
you alone for half an hour.
I personally don't trust him with the remote unsupervised.
I see.
In your own words, this is a team-based thing. You need to be able to trust your teammates.
And I personally don't.
Well,
That's going to be very difficult if we don't trust each other. I trust you. Both of you. I mean, we've all had our little problems, haven't we? I mean, mentioning no broken huts or anything. But these things happen, don't they?
I agree, they do happen. I'm just concerned, and this stands for me as well, with the issues that have happened over the past. And I'm not saying I'm innocent. I know I have caused problems, and I have grown from them, and I'm dealing with them. However, I don't think others have, and I'm concerned.
listen, you can tell me what to do all you want. I don't really give a shit because I'm going to do what I want either way. But you can't tell these people that you've known for like a week what to do. That's not
I'm
fair.
not telling him at all.
I think you are.
But you're choosing what he can and can't do. That's fucked up.
I'm just, until we've all sat down and spoke about it, unhappy with handing the remote over to him.
Why have you got the remote? Would you like to give it to me then? Do you trust me?
I mean, I will happily give it over to you now and not leave. I don't think any one of us should be left on our own with the remote and the Warforge.
What do you think we're going to do with it exactly?
I mean, I'd probably use it as a sparring partner, honestly.
Exactly.
As long as you don't break it.
Things happen.
But I'd rather you didn't
I'm-
break it till after the competition.
That's fair.
I'm sorry, but with everything that's happening between all of us, I don't think one single person should be left on their own with the Warforge and the remote.
I think you shouldn't get to determine that for other people.
Well, I was leaving it until we had a group meeting about it.
So when you came over here, right after you left Cromwell, who came over here with you then?
No one.
You were left
So-
alone with it.
No, I was left alone with the remote, not the Warforge. The Warforge is at the flat.
So in that case, Cromwell's on his own with the Warforge, right?
Yes, but no remote.
It's going to make it very difficult if you're all going to be together all the time. What happens when we go to the bathroom?
Oh no, I don't think all of us should be together all the time. I just think if somebody has the remote and is activating the Warforge, that there should be somebody else with them for the majority of the time.
Well, if that's what you want, I'm okay. Okay, I've got to tell you, I'm not very happy with it. I think it's
I
very
personally
bad.
want to sit down and have a group talk about it.
We are, aren't we? Apart from...
Apart from two others.
Well, I think it's a very bad basis for a team if you can't trust each other.
I do as well, but
I mean, I
look at
trust
what's
you.
been happening.
I trust
don't-
you to go away with the controller. I don't worry me. Or Maisie, although I wouldn't be surprised if I find a few dents afterwards.
I personally know I'm not going to do anything with it.
Yeah.
But
Until something comes up where you have to?
no, even then. I don't think we should be using equipment like that until we are having supervised fights with other equipment.
Oh, I see. So Cromwell wanted to use it for something.
I don't know.
Hmm.
He just wanted to be left with the Warforge and the remote. I'm sorry, but with everything that's happened over the past 9 days, I don't think any one of us should be trusted at the moment to be on our own with it.
Well, that's a shame.
If
Well,
you
anyway.
want the remote now, I will happily give it to you whilst I go find some more
I
books.
don't think you should trust us with it, to be honest.
I
I'm going to head
have
back.
your book. I gave you your book.
Yeah,
I want to go look at some more books.
Okay, I'll take these. I want to take these two back over to Cromwell.
If you're going back to Cromwell, do you want the remote?
I don't think you should trust me with that. You keep hold of it.
I'll take it.
No.
I'll see you back in the...
I seriously do not trust you at all, Maisie.
I'm going to head back with the books.
You sent him out of the library. Get your library card. Is Maisie leaving? Staying?
Yeah, she's leaving.
Okay. Two of you leave. Neither of you left the library.
Mhm.
I'm assuming you're just going to look around at books to make yourself feel better.
She's looking for stuff on druidic power and druids. And
Sure.
nature
I mean,
magic
there's
and all
vague
that.
things in there. Not all. There's some stuff in there that's highly complex, like textbooks. Like if you went and found like a theoretical physics textbook, you'd be like, "This exists," but I have no idea what it's talking about. But you vaguely, yeah, maybe helpful for the future.
After Maisie leaves, she's going to go back in and try to get the remote off.
In what way? Sneakily or?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sneakily.
Okay, roll me a stealth.
A sneaky.
It is a distracted Neva. Reading a book, fine, but it's still going to run against your passive perception.
That is a 12 plus 5, 17.
My passive is 11.
It's 11. You get up behind her, but you are also going to have to run a sleight of hand to actually get out of the bag without her noticing.
Sure.
Which I'm assuming it's in a bag.
No, it was in her pocket.
It's in her pocket. Okay.
How?
How? She puts it in her pocket.
As a question, how big do you think the remote is?
Like, Switch size?
Oh, I was picturing
Yeah,
it as
it's,
a
kind of,
big...
it's a big controller. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, the size of Switch, right. How big are your pockets?
It'd be like that sort of size.
She's got really
Bigger.
big ones in her skirt. She's one. Right. Okay. Out of context. Do you remember my wedding dress and how I could put almost my whole arm in?
Yeah.
They're that size.
Actually, I can believe that.
Okay, it's in the pocket. It's gonna be easy to steal from because huge pockets.
It
Nice and
fit.
used, but still,
I got a
Not easy.
15. I rolled a 10 plus 5, 15 sleight of hand.
You get it. Neva's
Cool.
looking at books. Doesn't pay attention to you walking it behind. Doesn't pay attention to you taking it. I would imagine it's a good. How long are you staying in the library for?
An hour.
Now it's probably at the end of it all when you stand up and realize the weight is like different in your pocket and the remote's gone. But we'll get to that later. Back at the apartment, is Cromwell doing anything in particular, or just sort of sitting around?
Plotting his revenge.
I think forgiven Joe's actually here because they've not got a camera up.
Surprisingly, this has actually helped with you guys not kind of
it's fair.
flipping in and out. No, so he will be. He's already got various books out of the library, so he's probably just flicking through those absent-mindedly while having a think about his meeting with Professor Morphagus the previous day.
Fair enough.
And putting Neva out of mind.
About half an hour later, the door opens. Clunk, two people walk in. It's up to you whether you come out of your room to see them or not.
As we go in, I would go, hey, Cromwell!
Yeah.
Got a gift for you.
What? No, we got some books for you.
And a gift.
Oh. Okay.
I'll show you the controller.
Where'd you get that from?
Where do you think I got it from?
The door's unlocked if you want to just come in.
Okay. I'm going to control the Warforged into the room.
Yeah, the Warforged walks in.
Carrying the book.
Does it open the door, or does it walk through the door?
No, it opens, that's a question.
No, it opens the door.
Okay.
We're trying to prove Neva wrong here, not prove her right.
So, the way that the controller is, very, very much kind of like a. It's got a big screen in the middle and some like standard analog controls on the outside, but the screen itself has like a bunch of things which seems to recognize the environment. It's hyper complex. It recognizes the environment around it and gives you options. Like you put it in front of the door, it has like open door. You press that and it.
We're playing
opens
Skyrim with a
that kind
Warforged
of thing. Yeah.
Press E to open door.
Yeah.
It also has a little. The screen also shows like a little camera view. There's one where the head would be, one down where the chest would be, one on the back. There's like a few cameras around it. Sort of, it's very very complex stuff. If you cared about.
Can we speak through it?
I'm gonna go. Sure, yeah, why not?
There's
like this.
Hello, Cromwell.
Speaker through it. The speaker through it. It's like talking through a webcam mic.
I'm like, hello, Cromwell. I have brought you your book from the library.
Thanks, Darwin. That's very convincing. If you just want to put them on the desk with me over here, and then
Sure.
Put yourself back in the corner.
Sure.
Ow!
We walk in.
Drops the books on the toe.
We walk in with the controller. It's like, I heard my sister was being kind of a bitch to you, so I took this from her.
Oh, she didn't give it to you?
Oh no, absolutely not.
You had to take it?
Of course.
Yeah, that figures. I would have been surprised if she'd given it up.
Well, she was going to give it to oh god, names. Kale.
Cal.
But Cal didn't want to take it for proving a point, I guess.
Well, I didn't want. I was rather hoping to sort of convince her. It's going to be a little more tricky now. I think now you've proven you can't actually trust you.
Well, she knows.
Well,
listen, I was never the question. I don't give a shit. But you two, she should be able to trust.
Put
True.
Darwin back in the corner where he was, and then just leave the controller on the table next to him.
Nobody
Sure.
puts Darwin in the corner.
And then
Oh no, his eyes have gone red.
Oh no.
and then she'll come back whenever and see that nothing happened. And even if something had happened, that should be fine. It's I think it says a lot about your sister that she doesn't trust us, even though we've all kind of saved each other's lives at this point, which I can almost guarantee you that none of the other flats here have done that.
To be fair, she doesn't have the greatest role models back home.
I think
So-
You trust us.
Well-
yeah. I mean,
You
the
can't
thing
use
is,
environment as a factor when when you also came from the same environment and you're nicer to us than she is.
I kind of just act like in spite of the people around me, and she kind of was more accepted by it. So
I think I mean, she's only trying to sort of basically make sure we don't get into trouble, and I can appreciate that.
it comes
But,
from
I
a
mean-
place of love. She just doesn't get it
She's
totally.
worried. She's worried about herself and worried about us. I understand that. It'll be fine. It'll take her a while, but we'll settle in. We've only known each other a little while. It'll be fine. But for now, Cromwell, is this enough stuff for you to start working on the Warforged, or is there anything else you need?
No, it's a good start. We've got the focus. It's just should we bother? Let's just let Neva do it herself. That's clearly what she wants.
Don't start sulking. You're the big boy, remember? Well, big whatever you are.
I am definitively not, Calais, and you know that.
Well, big in
I
the
am
sense of
I am a tiny boy.
big in the sense of mature and personality. You've got a big personality. I mean, we can rise above these things.
Listen, Neva's smart, but she's not going to be able to do it herself. So if you want to win, and I want to win, you guys should probably help.
Do you not think we've already been rising above? Like, I said, I don't want to obviously make assumptions about your relationship, Maisie, but I said to her, however you treat each other and she treats you, that's between you. You've established a relationship based on however many years you've been sisters. But that me and Calais and Samir, I don't want to speak for Samir, but I do get the feeling that sometimes he doesn't like how his sister talks to him.
No, that's fair.
Granted, I think that Samir doesn't like how a lot of people talk to him. I think that's a general attitude thing, as well as specifically how Neva talks to him.
Mm.
But she sometimes seems to take on, and forgive me if this is a strange thing to say to you as she is your sister, but she almost seems to act like she's your mum a lot of the time.
She's just very
And
controlling.
And she's not my mum. That's not the kind of relationship I want to have with her, and that's a boundary that I don't appreciate her overstepping. So,
I understand what you're saying, but I mean, back home, right? Because of the family I'm part of, people would sort of, it's a bit almost like the reverse of this. People would look up to me or try and treat me as though I was their sort of, people older than I am, treat me like I'm their sort of uncle. They're looking for my approval in what they were doing. And I was like, you don't need my approval. We're just two people who'll work out our own relationship. So with Neva, we've just got to work out our own relationship. She's not perhaps very worldly, and she's been in a rather strange environment by all accounts. So she's ended up a bit suspicious, a bit nervous about what's going on.
Probably my fault, honestly, but
That's part of it. It's nothing's any of our fault. It's just how we're brought up, all the experience we've had leads us to be who we are, and then now we are here together. We can decide who we want to be going forwards, and I think if we can decide to be friends and decide to trust each other, if we want her to trust us, we have to trust her.
No, I do trust her. That's why it's upsetting. I feel like I've got a pretty good idea of who she is, and I think that she's got a pretty good idea of who she is. I don't think she has a good idea of who we see her as.
I think this will come, but you've got to give it time.
Okay, but time is a finite resource. That,
Yes, absolutely.
I don't have endless patience.
For the moment,
Yeah,
let's just see where we go. Eh?
Okay.
But for now, I think we should. Whether she works on it or not, I think we want to get this Warforged working. So I think, and I'm sure Samir would agree when he gets back. So let's get it working.
Okay.
Around an hour later, or so, maybe a bit more, Neither you come back to the apartment, aware that you are no longer in possession of the controller. Probably also quite aware that it's nothing you should really be worried about.
Did you leave it on the
Yeah,
table
yeah,
next to
it's
Darling?
back
Yeah.
in place.
So you walk in. I'm sure everybody. Where is everyone? I mean, Cromwell in the room.
I was
Maybe
going through my books in my room.
I'd be sitting in the common area reading a book.
So there's just Carla you see sitting at the coffee table reading a nice book.
Hi,
And-
Kai.
I'm reading a history of the Strangelings.
And sitting on the coffee table is just the controller.
Oh, is it on the
Warforged
coffee
in corner.
table?
Mm-hmm.
The Warforged is just in the corner. Give a perception roll to see if you can tell, because it wouldn't be in identically exactly the same spot, but like, would you be able to even notice?
15.
No. It looks. You didn't memorize its position, so therefore it looks pretty much the same place. Nothing's moved.
Hi, Kai. How did the remote get there?
Oh, I think you can probably guess, can't you?
Okay.
Yeah,
And she
look.
just walked into her bedroom.
Okay. I think if you want to chat, just pop out and I'll make you a cup of tea. Rather, a cup
I'm
of coffee.
okay.
And I'll make tea.
Later in the evening, while she's still sitting there, reading the book, Samir walks in, walks into the room, evidently just grabs some stuff, walks out, sup, and just leaves.
See you later.
Acknowledges not at all the Warforged standing in the corner.
No, I think he like gets to the door, stops, looks inside, goes, yeah, and just walks off.
I just assumed that the first sup was to Calais and the second sup was to
Second one
Warforged.
to the Yeah, so the day passes, heads into the evening. In the morning, I'm sure there's like a fairly awkward, maybe overall situation. No one's feeling particularly comfortable. Nobody's particularly bringing anything up. But you go to classes, get through all of that. And unless any of you bring anything else up, nothing particularly happens until 4 o'clock
Hang on.
later in the day. Yes. That's fine. Nothing particularly happens until 4 o'clock later in the day. Maisie, you're aware
Yeah.
you have your meeting with Professor Gunthal. You walk in. She's expecting you, of course. She's there waiting, has some little notes out and things. And I need to remember what she sounds like. So let me just wait on that one. If the search for... Hello? There you go. Hello? Okay. You walk in, she's like, hello.
Hi.
Nice to see you again. Right. Well, if you remember, of course, last time I asked you to make any kind of notes of any times that you've necessarily heard people's thoughts, been in large classrooms, large groups. I appreciate you've probably had a few classes since we last meet. Has this been a problem?
I mean, a little bit. Like, I was standing in line in the cafeteria, and I heard some people, like, I don't know, thinking about homework or something. It was just kind of loud. And there was a little bit of a group up during movement theory earlier where people were just like, I'm going to be the best here and shit like that. Though that might have just been my own thought. But
Are your thoughts, are you finding that they are particularly clear? Or is it more hazy, as though you're standing in an echoing room?
the more people around me, the more hazy it gets.
This makes sense.
Sometimes they come through crystal clear.
Well, there are two directions we can go that, of course, I have been thinking about. We can either make attempts to remove this if it is not something that you want to be happening to you, or we can make attempts to focus in and try to refine what could be a helpful adventuring tool if that's the direction you're going, or even something useful in the future for a job. That direction comes with some care. A lot of people don't like their mind being delved into, and can have unfriendly reactions, but it is still a possible and within the right bounds legal power.
Well, I don't really want to get rid of it unless it only starts hurting me.
So control is our first point.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, there are a few exercises I can help with The unfortunate part about these kinds of exercises, as with stretching muscles and training, is it may be painful. Nothing sharp and stabbing, but headaches, things as such, whilst you effectively train what is a magical muscle and try to gain some control. So I've made some notes, some little exercises you can try. They may not work immediately. This is okay. Perfectly fine. I am going to hand to you a rather weaker version of the tiara that I gave you last time. Now, I am aware you are not a fan of tiaras. This was made clear. So I have instead, it's very simple. It is just a little brooch of a bird. The shapes
Okay.
are important, I'm afraid. It does come with the magic. It's a little brooch of a bird. If you put it on, it will not necessarily accentuate the power, but it will help you to slightly focus. If you wear it for a long period of time, I would not be surprised if you start to get headaches. So I wouldn't use it too often, but whilst practicing with somebody consensual, it may be useful to have on. And I've got hands you a little piece of paper, just these little things to try. They may not all work, maybe none of them will work, but just to try to focus in on how you are concentrating on this, sort of source it's coming from. Now, I did say I was going to attempt to gain the headgear from Professor Morthagus. He has promised that I can have it, though when that happens is still up for a little bit of question. He is possessive over these. We may have to travel to him rather than have access to this just on our own. I will do my best to continue this path.
All right, thank you. Appreciate anything you can do for me. And that is not a tiara anymore.
I have done my best. Is there anything else concerning you? I mean, I'm not going to force you to turn this into some sort of therapy lesson, but whilst we're here and talking, I'm always open ears.
No, I'm great right now. I think so.
I hear you've been talking with Professor Dinzin about weaponry.
Yeah, I found this really cool one while I was in detention. And she presented it in a way that it was challenging to me, and I don't like to be wrong in a challenge. So
No, it's fair.
yeah.
Professor Dinzin's methods of teaching work for some but not for others. She has a very challenging way forwards, tests you, gets you to prove that you're worth learning, and if you fall behind, will not necessarily help you to get back up. She has been through a lot in her long life, as I'm sure you can tell.
Mm.
But if you stay on the right side, prove that you're worth, I know you've taken a bit of a back step with your detention, but prove that you're worth her time, then you will have a solid relationship there. And speaking of this detention, how was that?
It was
Hope you
fine.
have learned,
A little boring.
hope you've learned from your discretions.
Yes, I learned not to be so curious.
Okay. Obviously, I would be the 17th person, I'm sure, to tell you to not do something like that again. But if you do find yourself in a situation tempted, just think about where your future lies. Again, I do
Yeah,
not
that's
have to
kind of the
tell you
problem.
that if you push boundaries, it can be good, but sometimes it can lead to an unexpected direction. The university will not allow multiple of this kind of an issue. We'll get through a few of them, but it can be difficult. Luckily, and I know this is something you know, but not necessarily agree with, you have a stronger position of staying in the university from the amount that your family donates. It is not a practice that I agree with, but it is a practice that happens. But it will not buy you forever. I just wouldn't like to see your talents wasted.
Fair.
I'm not going to ask about what you want from your future. We are not even 1 week into a term. It is a big question. But have a think. Eventually I will ask you that question, and I would like to think that you will be in a position that you can answer it.
I sure hope so as well. Thank you.
No worries. If there's nothing else, then I will not take up more of your time. You have a wonderful Thursday. evening.
You too. Bye.
And you head off, feeling good about yourself with a new little pin that you probably haven't got on right now. It's just in a
No, I got it on. Got it on
You got
immediately.
it on?
Mhm.
Sure. It feels a little odd. Kind of like that the little edge of a hangover. Not like you're feeling awful, you're gonna throw up kind of a thing. Just like a little stuffy in the head. Like it's just a little different. You know, a little restricted. It does feel a little uncomfortable.
Time to get a coffee then.
That sort of persists, and after a couple hours of it being on, you've got that like back of your head ache that just sort of makes you feel groggy and just it's hard to focus on things, particularly.
I'll take it off at that point then.
Yeah. Is there anything else anyone else is doing in that day? I know Neva was potentially asking for a meeting between everybody, but I have a feeling it's more of one of those awkward days where no one really talks to anybody. It's kind of just like a nothing
I
kind of
think
day.
Yeah, Neva does not want that meeting anymore.
at the moment, Tav is focusing on his studies because he's aware of the exams as well.
So the dog's here.
Mom!
I think the dog just unplugged the headphones.
Yeah.
Sorry, she put my headphones out.
You're the one who got a puppy.
Oh, lovely. There she comes
Go
again.
away.
Friday rolls around. Remember,
Friday
we
is
said
so
the dog got a
busy.
distraction.
She was
Friday.
fine until Ian shot a Nerf bullet at me.
Friday rolls around, and yes, the Friday schedule, which is this one, I believe. Yeah,
Busy,
you've got,
busy.
up early, a little bit of arcane theory, some Therion studies, a bit of lore. Samir's got a lot of stuff in the morning. Enchantment. Well, actually, that's Thursday. I'm looking at the wrong day. Samir has a lot of things. Maisie, you've got your movement theory.
And subterfuge and
Velka-
psychology.
Velka doesn't particularly ignore you, but also doesn't particularly pay attention to you. She's like, oh, well, you're there. Treats you like everybody else. There's no like necessarily strong rapport.
Mhm.
Subterfuge is with Professor De Fuego, and then
Another opportunity to try the fire hair.
Yes, you're just trying the entire time. Realize you haven't been listening this entire time. Eventually, I'm sure you all meet up for lunch. Then a bit of arcane theory, Therion studies, combat tactics. But you basically get a pretty open end of the day, except for Maisie. So you all sort of generally meet up around the park. Maybe not necessarily talking, but at about 2:30. And you're all talking about stepping away. It's Friday evening. Maybe grab a coffee, do the things you do. It's been a couple of days since you had an argument. I'm sure Neva's still feeling a little sore, but you're chatting
She's
away.
not talking to anyone.
Until Maisie says actually she has a lesson from 3 o'clock until 5 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Pulling her away from your slightly awkward conversations.
Oh wow! Look, it's time to go. Woo!
No particular plans tonight. Anybody got any ideas?
Well,
No?
I don't know if Joan knows Joe's muted.
I was just reaching for it. And I couldn't find the button for a second. No plans. Just thought I would catch up on some reading, do some more prep for Darwin, and then see. Do we know what time this match starts tomorrow?
You do. It's at 1 p.m.
Do we know where?
In the Great Hall, the one you've been to multiple times that keeps changing how it looks.
Cool. And then I'll just get an early night, and then head over to the Great Hall early to scope out where these fights are taking place, see if there's any kind of advantage we can get from the environment, that kind of thing.
I'm also interested to see what the other teams have done with their Warforged.
Mm-hmm. Well, you don't know where everyone's storing them, so you have no idea other than
No, we're going to see them fighting, aren't we?
Yes, you were on the Saturday. You would be seeing 2 of them, but yes.
So,
It is a start. You're not wrong. Neva,
Yup.
bear with me 1 second. Saturday cracks around. Saturday morning, you are aware, is Dragon Chess Club. About 9 o'clock a.m.
Okay.
Do you offer Carly to come with you? Because I don't know if Carly was also interested in Dragon Chess Club, because you guys have played a couple of times.
I was, yes. Have I got a Dragon Chess set?
I would just say that I'm going. It's up to them if they come with.
No, I haven't. I thought I had. But yes, I was trying. I think I was trying to learn Dragon Chess. She was teaching, wasn't she?
Yes, the 2 of you were learning, or should I say, you were learning from Neva. Neva and Maisie. Why are we all getting so confused? So you really awkwardly walk along together. It's fairly nice. It's just in one of the classrooms over in oh god, I've forgotten the name of it. Over in Rethingham Court. It's one of these sort of upper levels, slightly bigger room. Not a ton of people, maybe about 12 of you, all in all.
But before we get there, on the way over there, we will engage in conversation. I started engaging conversation.
I was going to say, I don't know.
Will we?
Yeah. Hey, Neva, I wanted to chat with you about what happened the other day with the controller.
Okay.
I don't think it was right for Maisie to take it off you like that, but I wondered if you had time to think about what we were talking about, trusting people and trusting each other.
I'm not surprised you took it off me.
But I'm not really. But at the same time, I mean, I don't condone that at all, but I think perhaps we all need to be a bit more open with each other, don't you think?
I agree.
But it does mean it goes 2 ways, you know. I mean, I trust you completely. If you wanted to take that controller and the Warforged and said you wanted to take it somewhere to do some work on it, I mean, if you said you were going to take it to kill someone, obviously I would be upset. But if you said you were going to take it away to work on it, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. I trust you to work on it. And hopefully you'd say the same about me.
I think I would.
But I've been involved in these little shenanigans as well, haven't I?
I'm concerned about Cromwell and Maisie. They're a bad influence on each other.
I think that's possibly true, but then I think also we are a good influence on them and they should be an influence on us too. We need to be a team together. And I think we should trust each other until there's a reason not to.
How many more reasons not to trust each other do we need?
Well, no. What has Cromwell ever done which has been against you or me?
Personally against each other, nothing.
Exactly.
But look at all the issues that we've had recently.
Absolutely right, but you could say the same about you, of course. I mean, I know that you were only following Maisie when you went and jumped up on that tree and got into trouble and so forth, but it still happened. But I don't blame you for that. That's not going to stop me trusting you, and I don't think that stuff which wasn't really Cromwell's fault. He didn't decide to go out and get himself in a deadly situation any more than I did. It just happened.
But that's the thing. He got himself, as well as Maisie got herself, into deadly situations. And I mean it in the nicest way possible to people. And I mean it with respect, but I broke a bit of wood. Yes, okay, it was a very important bit of wood, and I am extremely annoyed with myself and upset that I did it. But it didn't cost anyone's life.
Very true, but at the same time, it wasn't your plan to do it, and you were upset afterwards, yes?
Yes.
And I don't suppose Cromwell planned to put anybody's life in danger. I imagine he was quite upset afterwards.
I just feel like it won't be the last time something like that happens.
But you think you can learn from these things, but he can't. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think he's shown any form of learning from it.
How can you do that? You don't give him an opportunity.
He's not said anything about it. I straight away made it very clear that that was a mistake and that I wouldn't do it again.
Well, that's fair enough. That's you, absolutely. But he hasn't shown any sign, has he? I mean, when we were together in that rather nasty situation, when we got out of it, we were all like, okay, we're not going back there again. That was a mistake. I think I've certainly learned, and I'm sure they have too. But I think we've got to trust each other if we're going to work as a team.
I don't trust Maisie's influence on him.
You know what? I don't trust Maisie to do something silly, but I do trust her with my life. Sounds strange? Because it's true.
No.
I mean, I can imagine she's a bit impulsive and a bit, headstrong, should we say? I've grown up around some very strange people where I come from, and you've got to look past the surface to look at what they're like on the inside.
I know I upset him and I feel bad about that.
But I'm not going to try and force you to change your personality. That's not what I'm all about. But just think about it. For the moment, just think about it. And perhaps try and, cut him a little bit of slack from time to time.
I'll try.
That's all you can do. That's great. But for now, you can finish teaching me how to play this stupid game, because I've not won a game yet.
You'll learn that at the club.
I hope so. How's that horsey one move again?
Yeah, you do this.
Oh, I always get that one backwards. Right, and then we end up at the chess club.
Do you?
Okay.
Eventually, you make your way over to the chess club. There's about 12 or so people there. There's no teacher, professor. It's more of like a self-set-up chess club. They're fairly nice. You notice that a lot of the people there are, in fact, quite good at dragon chess compared to kind of your amateur status. They're fairly okay to sort of give you a lesson, but
3 quick lessons.
yeah, but they get quickly bored with not without a challenge. You still probably enjoy yourself. Just there's a little bit of like, okay, I'm not. It's less of a place to learn and more of a place to play, if that makes any sense.
That makes sense.
But yeah, enough fun, hopping along.
I'm sure
Is there anything that
several would slaughter me instantly, and 1 or 2 would take their time to explain where I'm going wrong.
anything the other two are going to do whilst waiting?
Just heading over to the Great Hall.
Yeah.
Gonna observe people as they come in, see who our competition is in each team, who the competition is.
So eventually comes around the time that you're going to go into the sorry, just setting some things up. Go into the Great Hall, and you all collect together. Oh, I assume you're all going to go watch this fight.
Oh, definitely, I am.
Sure.
Yeah.
You all collect together and step into, yet again, a completely different looking area to before. It's kind of a Colosseum setup. As you walk in, there's, a circle, an oval of seats, staged seating the whole way around, looking down at this pit of what can only be described as fiery rock. It's a big platform of different levels in all different areas, which has got this glowing in sections, kind of hot magma-esque rock, with even little streams of lava sort of coming down and around, just horribly dangerous area that you can't get down to. There's this, you assume, no way of getting down to it, at least for normal people. And disabled but standing on 2 podiums are 2 robots that you assume are going to be the ones fighting. The one on the left of you, Clamper, and of course I will send a little image, is this, the only word to describe, thick,
Oh my god.
gigantic boy with his 2 huge clamping boys on his hands that also seem to be just
Holy
overly
hell.
protective shields. This thing is huge. And, the weird sort of head is sort of in the middle of the chest rather than at the top. This weird sort of cannonball-esque figure. On the other side, almost completely inverse in looks, Starlight. Who looks like this. This very pink, like rose gold sort of coloured metal with what can only be described as highly weirdly looking weaponry. These guns, you've seen guns before in this world, but they're strange. But it's very slim, presumably athletic, and also a strangely feminine look for a robot, like a genderless robot. It's got heels, high heels attached into its feet, and this sort of like generally more hourglassy figure, strange, and does seem to be wearing the equivalent of like a bra type upper half. It's a very strange look.
Robo
Are the
bra.
team controlling it the equivalent of like the anime weeb club?
They have to be.
The people behind that robot are your lovely neighbors of girls.
God damn it.
That you are not a
Mhm.
massive fan of, who have evidently decided that they are calling their group Genesis. Behind the Clamper Cyborg Crushers, just another group of people you don't recognize. There's a bit of time waiting whilst nothing much is going on, people sitting down, things getting ready, till eventually there's an announcement showing up there. On one side we have Clamper, and on the other side we have Starlight, and it's all very exciting before eventually the fight starts, which is an insane amalgamation of what can only be described as like a extremely violent. You're right there. Extremely
Sorry,
violent.
I gotta chill.
Okay. It's just so exciting, I know. Extremely violent fight. Off the cuff. I don't know if you want to switch the music to. Oh, you already are, aren't you? No, you're not.
No, I
switched it.
hadn't.
Let's get some fighting music. Immediately off the cuff, Clamper rolls or curls up to this ball and starts rolling forwards at what is only described as an insane speed, charging towards Starlight, who just gracefully hops out the way like it was nothing. Pulls out these two weapons, and then there's this strange difference in fighting styles. On the one side, you have Clamper, who has these big clamps trying to smash into the ground, rocks flying everywhere, magma and lava just spurting out the grounds, just using brute force and protection to defend. Whereas on the other side, it's a much more athletic view. These guns are firing very odd, sort of yellowy, pinky, magic-y laser kind of stuff at Clamper, which is doing some damage over time, but whilst also has evidently a little bit of magic. There's every now and again it sort of hovers in the air a bit longer than would seem possible by normal physics. There's a little bit of fairy fire you would recognize comes out at one point. This graceful sort of thing, which eventually these bullets start to sort of almost melt through the metal. And by the end of it, you have Starlight on one side, very gracefully posing, I'm sure, with these two guns, and just a wrecked mess of metal at the other side, where Clamper didn't even seem to get one hit in on Starlight. It was, however, a very enjoyable battle, and slightly concerning.
Neither would have been taking notes like the whole way through.
Yeah. And at the end of it, everybody collects up and starts leaving, and whoever the team were, Clamper, I've forgotten. They sort of go over to their wrecked. Well, they got cyborg crushers. They go over to their wrecked thing and are just like, well, fucking great. This is absolutely nothing. Whereas the other side are like, victory cheers. You recognize them all and hate them all, and they control their little robot out of there. It's quite exciting overall.
I have a question.
Yes.
Because these Warforged are based on D&D classes, what is it that we would have just seen?
Who knows?
Alex didn't base these ones on classes.
I based them on something.
Yeah, they're based on something, but not classes.
Oh, okay.
Who knows? Maybe they are, maybe they aren't.
That means we either have an advantage or a disadvantage. I can't decide which.
Is that interesting? I wasn't. My goodness. You see how speed is so important. Interesting that the winner didn't really have much in the way of armor. They relied on just getting out of the way, like we were saying about Az. Although if we have a bear, would it be able to move fast enough? I mean, if we had the bear, would it against that Starlight, whatever it was.
Maybe bear with rockets in its legs so it can dodge side to side really quickly.
And I think it does need some kind of ranged attack, because if you can't get close, you've got to be able to attack them. Even if they move quickly, you've still got to be able to attack them somehow.
How big is the arena, Alex?
It's somewhere in the region of like 100 foot by 100 or something like that. I do have it mapped out for when you're doing your fights, but it's fairly large. It's not a small space.
Was Starlight flying or just dodging?
There was no flying. There was like levitation almost at some points, but a lot of it was just like dexterity based jumping around, acrobatics.
Cool. Okay.
But you get the feeling it was also fairly easy to dodge the slow but very powerful hits of Clamper. Like, you get the feeling if you were standing in front of it, you would be a fine mist. But, that's if it manages to hit you.
Well, I gotta go practice with my chain knife, so...
Okay, well, good luck.
Thanks.
As we leave, Neva will just hand over the note she made to Comranga. These are the notes, do what you will with it. And goes off.
Okay, that's good. Anything, does anything come out of that, Cromwell, that means you need anything extra information or pieces or ideas or whatever?
Well, there's a couple of things. The fighting arena is larger than I thought it was going to be. I thought we'd be looking at maybe like a 30-foot square or something. But this thing is massive, so that might need some rethinking. Can you read Neva's handwriting? It's terrible.
By terrible, you mean like extremely cursive. Like it's technically very neat, but like very unreadably neat.
Yeah. Can you read this? This is.
I would imagine I could read it. Okay.
Working out, yeah.
Yeah, it says.
Cromwell is a poopy.
Dexterity important, speed of movement. Blah blah. Yes, it's all sort of whatever you think, Birdie. The notes say.
Just like speed, range attack, like the weaknesses and strengths of both bots.
Yeah. So if you imagine if we had a sort of fiery bear up against that sort of clamper one, how would it do? Would it get through the armor?
How much was in combat terms, Alex? Would it have been using its turn to both move further than 30 feet and attack?
It would have been moving. No, it wasn't particularly fast. It was just very dexterous.
Okay.
So it wasn't like running at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but it was just extremely easy, just moving out of the way and all that kind of stuff.
I have had a thought, which may or may not be useful. I don't know, but obviously Warforged are mostly sort of metal, and they're also they have this mechanism inside which is electrical and mechanical. Would they be susceptible to, rather than fire, to an electrical attack like lightning, that sort of thing?
I think that would depend on what people had done to their Warforged. I don't think, as a general rule, that would be the case. No, I think with it dodging around, that is going to be fine in some instances. I mean, Clamper had clearly sacrificed kind of accuracy, shall we call it, for power. So as long as we're not sacrificing accuracy for something else, I think that should be fine. I think we're going for an all-rounder kind of thing.
Yeah, that's true. Is there anything we can do to sort of slow down the movement of an opponent, like something that tangles them, like a net or
yes.
a
It's funny you should mention that. Druids have like a spell, like a go-to spell called Entangle. So yes, there is. Because what I'm kind of aiming for with this is, so when they are kind of Darwin, they can cast magic, and they'll have armor on, and they'll be able to shoot spells. And then when they're Bearwyn, they'll be a bear, and then that way they can get up close and do stuff. So I think we should be okay for the most part. I'm not too concerned about it as long as they're not moving much more than 30 feet, and then shooting. Like, as long as we can get up to them, that will be fine. But if we can't get up to them, that's also okay.
Oh, well, that's very useful. I thought that was, and also, by the way, quite good fun, I thought.
I think the design of some of these is a bit strange, but that's okay.
I mean, it'll depend a lot on what we come up against, of course.
I meant, like, the look of them. Like, it's a robot. Why does it need a bra?
Well, aesthetics are important, aren't they?
Are they?
Well, not as important as function, but they're important.
I'll take your word for it.
If you're going to win, you want to look good winning, don't you?
I thought winning was the good look. Yeah, I don't know too much about the making it look good. I'll make it work, and that'll be it.
Maisie seems to have some good ideas about aesthetics, so. Right then, well, I'm gonna head back. I've got a test on Monday.
Do you?
I
You don't.
You study hardcore if you're setting yourself tests.
wouldn't be surprised.
It's been 1 week. Well, as you head your way back to the
Flat.
apartment, yeah.
Oh,
Um,
apartment.
I've seen death. Maybe some quieter than others, but having seen quite a violent robotic fight, but still exciting. You, outside of game, we will have a break. 10 minutes, obviously, as we usually do. That's fun. As the fighting music blares. 10 minutes, we'll be back. And you can have another sulky fight about who's in charge.
Yeah.
While Macy's off not giving a shit and just throwing a chain knife around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, see you in 10.
See you
Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
It was a sad thing last night when me, Sarah, and a friend Emma had pizza, and they had breaded mushrooms and some. They handed some stuff over, and I thought I was about to bite into a mozzarella stick, and it was actually a halloumi stick, which is breaded. I'm like, it's okay, but when I was expecting mozzarella and I got halloumi, I was like, oh. Like it's a second grade cheese. Anyone who likes halloumi is not like heathenistic, but if they like it,
I like halloumi, bitch.
More than mozzarella.
No, halloumi's better than mozzarella.
No.
Not a chance. It is.
Yeah, 100%.
Zero chance. Also, hi to Kyle and I'm just gonna call you Turn. They've been in chatting.
But a good bit of fried halloumi better than a mozzarella stick, without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Fried halloumi maybe, but like a breaded mozzarella stick versus a breaded halloumi stick?
That's because you didn't bread a halloumi stick.
No.
That's a weird way to do it.
I was upset when they took halloumi sticks off of the menu at McDonald's though.
McDonald's would not be my first go-to for anything that I'm expecting to be good.
No,
I know, they're not my first one either, but...
They're the first place I would go if I expected good chicken McNuggets.
But
I probably still wouldn't go to them for good chicken McNuggets. Why do you have a tie on?
I'm wearing a black tie because it's because it just arrived in the post, so I put it on in between.
I thought it was printed onto your t-shirt.
No, it's a clip-on tie.
Are you getting too old? You can't do proper ties now.
I couldn't be bothered. I had a black tie somewhere. I don't know where.
It's just turned it into a V-neck. You
I
can't
know.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it is that.
Oh, and I have a question. Did you watch Critical Role on Thursday?
Yes, we can't talk about it.
I was did something really major happen?
Yeah.
I keep seeing a bunch of non-specific, non-spoiler titles on Reddit.
This is it's bigger than C2 episode 26.
Oh no! Not bigger than C2 episode 26.
I said it that way because most people won't know what the fuck I mean by that.
Exactly.
A bunch of them die.
I'm firmly in that camp.
I really need to catch up.
Right!
I have never actually heard Critical Role. I've really wanted to, and I've never had time to.
I was glad when Molly died. I really didn't like that character.
Wow.
Let's get back to the
When
deal.
who died?
Also,
Molly.
spoilers?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm not keen on that character either.
I don't even know.
Oh,
who that
I
is.
know that Molly.
Come on. Play together.
I'm going to mute
That's when
myself.
Neva died.
Otherwise, you'll shout at me.
Yeah, I suggest watching it as soon as possible, Joe.
Well, it'll be Monday night.
It's going to be one of those things that's very, very hard to avoid. It's going to be everywhere. Yeah. So, introduction music again. We are recording. Don't click on the butt crack of chaos, track 1. Click on the rising suns. Good.
I didn't get a 3-2-1.
You're really gonna make me restart? Listen to the goddamn music. You know when it fucking goes. 3, 2, 1.
Hello, and welcome to Dice Breakers, a TTRPG podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and GM, and with me are Rowan, Putty Mark, and Joe, my wonderful players. How are you doing after having a little break, grabbing some mozzarella sticks, some coffee, all that kind of stuff?
I know what TTRPG means now, so I'm happy.
Before the break, not a lot particularly happened, but it was all nice getting back into the sessions. The group mostly focused on looking at their new Warforged buddy, that being a robot that they are going to be making into a powerful being in order to fight other robots as part of the Aliston Benfile competition. They had a little bit of an argument about who's going to be in control and who's in charge, and tensions are a little high, but it may move past it, who knows? Maisie met Professor Gunthal again and had quite a helpful session, one would think, about trying to control these psychotic, psychic maybe, telepathic-ish kind of things. And on the Saturday, of couple of them went to a Dragon Chess Club, and then they watched a fight between Genesis' robot Starlight and Cyborg Crusher's robot Clamper, which ended up being quite the fight in one direction, learning that Genesis, their neighbours, who they do not like, have made quite the prominent robotic creature. Starting up, it depends on what you guys want. Because obviously there's plenty of time on the rest of the Saturday and the Sunday. Now, I know that Cromwell wanted to, well, a lot of you wanted to go to meet Anton to talk about your own design.
Oh, yes.
Or if there's anything else that you guys want to do over the weekend.
I got a lot of practicey stuff to do.
Mm-hmm. You going anywhere particular or just trying to learn it yourself?
Well, I'm probably going to the training yard because I'm pretty sure we get in trouble for using weapons anywhere but the training yard.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Well, I want you to give me 3. Bear with me on this one.
Raw dex, no proficiency.
Yeah, 3 dex no proficiency rolls. Because it would be a dex test. And
It better be. If it was strength, then I don't want this weapon.
Yeah. So I was looking on your sheet and you don't have it on there. So.
Yeah, because we don't have it made yet. So
yeah.
I got the numbers themselves. One of them is an 18.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is a 12, and the other one is a 7.
So 21, 15, and 10. I think overall you do learn a couple things, but at the very basic level. Mostly about learning the balance of the weapon, like what would be best, what would be worst. You do manage to accidentally catch yourself a couple times with the blade. Nothing serious, nothing that's actually going to be, painful. Just a little bit of trickling blood down the arm, that kind of thing.
I've had worse cuts from climbing things I shouldn't.
But you, generally, yeah, it's a fairly positive session. At the very least, you kind of know how to swing it around like a helicopter.
Nice! Maybe got like the first half of one of the forms on that weird scroll.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of like a way on how to do the thing, where you see like they throw it forwards and it like attacks really far forwards, but you haven't got any accuracy on that yet.
Sure.
So it's all right. It's okay. How are the rest of you spending the time?
Researching stuff.
Stuff in general? Anything in particular?
Druidic stuff.
Druidic stuff? Yeah, so you probably gain a fairly good insight into basic druid craft. Nothing that means you could like perform it, but enough that means you have a minor awareness of the kind of things you might want to attach to your Warforged in terms of like these charged spells, or at least things you can ask for. Probably information that you aren't particularly sharing with Cromwell yet, but it's in your brain, sort of vaguely, and by in your brain vaguely, I mean basically,
in my dedicated notebook for the Warforge.
Yeah. When you make the character, you obviously already have the knowledge because that's how the character works. Anything else? Anyone else?
Brain stuff.
If Calais isn't planning on using it before our first match, I would put on his half plate and shield to Darwin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. So if you want to just mark that it's with Darwin at the moment, I will add it to his character sheet I've got.
So he
unequip them for the moment.
As it currently stands, you have it on, but it's worn as though it were a person. So it's a little clangy and kind of noisy. You'd have to get someone to like professionally attach it on if you wanted it to sort of be secure. It's not going to fall off, but it's just, a Warforged body isn't the same as a human body. It fits, it's on there though. The shield is just being held.
But it's functional.
It's functioning, yeah, but like it's not very graceful.
That's
Depends on how much you care about the aesthetics.
Fine.
It looks a little bit like wearing your dad's armor and.
I actually kind of enjoy the idea of everyone else's being a super polished aesthetic, and ours is just kind of like the junky robot.
Up on death.
An 18.
I see.
Yeah,
The
The
it's
robot's
doing
trying
it
to
again.
talk. He's talking through the robot at the
I
moment.
was going to say that we really need to work on the voice box of our Warforged
Mhm,
because
mhm.
it doesn't seem to work properly.
Whilst he's having issues. Carly, I'm sure you have another call from your father at the weekend. Nothing in particular, just sort of vague. You gonna sneeze? Good, mate.
Bless you.
See you.
Just okay, I see a 20, cool. Just vague conversation. How's things going? You know, how's it all going? Is all going fairly well back home? Is just going along. It's a bit of a strange you not being here. A lot of questions being thrown about where you are and stuff. I mean, people know, but they don't know, sort of stuff. Yeah.
Quite odd, yes. It just sort of catch him up. I probably wouldn't mention anything about people being beheaded or clandestine visits into the underworld of Faeluna.
The classic. Hope you're not getting into any trouble. And you're like,
Oh no, trouble? No. It's I'm university. What trouble could I get into? I mean, really, you know. I started learning dragon chess, which is quite interesting.
all right. Yeah, I learned that a bit when I was younger. We're very good at it though.
Yeah, well, I'm not very good yet. I'm
Oh,
in work on it though.
That were before the war though. That were before the war.
Yes. You must tell me more about that one of the days. You never really tell me much about what happened during the war.
Not a lot that you want to learn about. A lot of horrifying stories. You know, seeing things that you never quite forget.
Yeah.
But we
Beheading
had-
bodies, that sort of thing.
We had these wars so that you don't have to. You know.
Well, that's good. I'm really hoping I don't have to get involved in a war. It doesn't sound like much fun to me.
Well, if you keep up your education, then
Yeah,
hopefully, even
imagine
if
if
there
you
is,
had to kill someone, Cal.
even if there was a war, then hopefully you wouldn't have to be involved, at least on the front lines. I wouldn't have to worry about that.
Well, that's true. I'm not really a fighter. I try and avoid that kind of thing when I can.
Hmm.
When I can.
Well, I mean, you've got the old braces, but I'm sure you'll never use them, huh?
Oh, I meant to talk to you about that actually.
Hmm?
Funny thing about those braces. There's a very wise old elf professor here called Professor Vasvias, who is one of the original strangelings.
Professor Vasfast. Do I
I
recognize that?
Achelian Vesphorus. I think he was called Etch at the time of when he was in the Strange.
Oh,
Anyway, the point is,
I don't remember him being mentioned in my conversations with Flint.
yeah, conversation. I thought you said. Oh, never mind. So the point anyway is that you know in the braces, there's that little sort of dull jewel thing in the one brace.
Oh yeah, that little thing.
Well, apparently that was a very dangerous weapon. That little jewel we put in there by Professor Vasvias all that time ago, and he's taken it back now because it was. He said it was very, very dangerous indeed. So he's put another one in, so it looks all right. It's still okay. Yeah, they still look fine. But yeah, all this time there's been a dangerous jewel in there. We never even knew. Interesting, eh?
Oh, I wish I'd known.
Oh, I hesitate to think what it does. He wouldn't tell me much about it, but it's yeah. Anyway, so we just want to let you know. But he's put another one in, so it looks much the same as he did. But yeah,
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Is he taking that back for himself then? Because I mean, it's our heirloom. It might be something he made, but it was definitely part of our bloodline.
Well, yes, I suppose so. But then the jewel was put in by him originally, so it was a gift from him to Flint.
Well, yes, but I mean, if you get a diamond in a necklace, you know, it doesn't get taken back by the person who made it.
True. He has offered to do me a favour at some point if I ask for one.
I might have to get in contact with him, see if I can get back our family heirloom. I'm not too happy about that getting going wandering.
I wouldn't take that particular one back if I were you. Sounds quite a dangerous thing if you don't know what you're
I'm
doing.
sure it's fine. Growing over here. Besides, something with that kind of a power might be useful in the temple.
Well,
in the city.
I'll leave that with you, but personally, I think it sounds to me more like a sort of something you do if you're going to go adventuring. So, unless you're planning on doing that, I don't think it's something you should worry about too much.
Not adventuring, but I'm sure some of the higher ups would love for me to, be assisting with something like that.
Yeah, I'll leave that with you, but I wouldn't push him myself. He's anyway. You'll find out.
Well, either way, as long as you've still got the braces and Yeah,
still got the braces. Hey, did you know there's a sort of I think in the one bracer for firing out blades.
Was?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah. He told me all
Because
about
they
it.
just
when I-
sat on the mantelpiece for a long time, not done much with them at all.
No. Yeah. They look pretty on the walls. So yeah, apparently they must have been
Right.
quite useful in their day. But of course, we're not into that kind of thing now, so it doesn't really matter.
I don't know. I never had to put them on.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, when I bring them home again, you can have a look.
All right. Well, I got some stuff to do. I'm sure you do too. How's classes going?
Oh,
Good.
fine. Yes. It's all very interesting. We've
Good.
got a
Keep up the learning, huh?
competition we're working towards the moment where we've got to make a warforged to sort of do a sort of fight against other warforged, and the best team wins. That's quite interesting.
Right. Well, have fun with that.
Yeah, I certainly shall. Anyway, you look after yourself. Love to Mom, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. On the Sunday, yes, does Cromwell take a trip over to see Anton, or do all of you guys take a trip to go see Anton?
And if warforged,
Is Cromwell know that Joe's muted?
if Cromwell's,
I would not go by myself.
I was going to say, if Cromwell's he wants to go, I'll go with him.
Macy will probably go.
Okay.
Macy wants to talk to Neva, but Neva is very busy right now.
Neither
Neva
appears
can hear us. Does Neva go to see Anton with the rest of the crew?
Which one's Anton again?
The
Etch's
blacksmith
assistant.
and Etch's shop.
Etch's assistant, the blacksmith.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so you all head off through town, making your way downtown. Not get into the hallway and go over to see Anton, who is working. The shop is actually closed. It's later on the Sunday. It closes quite early, but you can see him sort of through the window. So you knock on the on the glass, and he just wanders over, opens it up. He's like, "You're right, lovely to see you all.
Anton, nice to see you.
How can I help you? Store's closed at the moment, so we can't really do
Well,
any sales."
Oh, that's okay. We wanted some advice, really. And we thought you were an excellent sort of metal worker, kind of. So you possibly want to help us.
I can do my best.
Did we bring the Warforged?
I
I'm
wasn't.
sat on its shoulders.
Are you? Okay. Well, Cromwell's probably the best one to ask because he's working on this thing. This is Warforged to be working on.
He looks down. Then looks up. All right, you're up there.
Oh yeah.
Seeing the world from a new perspective.
Mate, you would not believe it what it's like up here.
Well, I would do. I'm like 6'6", so
Well, it's nice for you, I guess, then, isn't it?
Where'd you happen to find this then? Make it yourself.
It was in a blacksmithy, and then your employer came and turned it on for us and gave it to us.
Sounds like an odd set of events.
I guess when I put it like that, and it's for this school competition thing that I was asking about sponsorship
Right.
for before.
Right.
So
well,
I put some armor and a shield on it, and we're gonna focus it towards druid magic. But I just wondered if there was anything you could do to give us a hand. But we should be upfront. We're not allowed. It's not what we want. We're not allowed to pay you for any help that you give us, because then it's cheating. But if you do it for free, then it's not cheating for some reason.
Well, I'll be candid with you on that one. I've already been informed that like how much I'm allowed to do and not allowed to do. The basic outline is, as long as you say what you're doing and I'm not sort of doing it myself, it's fine. I can give a little bit of help. I'm happy to. I'm sure you'll repay the favor at some point in the future. If I need any rats removed from my basement or anything, huh?
Of course.
Word's gotten around, huh?
A little bit. But
Best way to avoid that is not having a basement.
True. Most of these places come with basements, though. Or at least the bottom floor does. The ones upstairs don't.
That'd be weird if they did.
Oh, I don't. Do you know? So this is kind of by the by. Since we're here in the kind of the shopping centre, do you reckon if I went over to pick up scroll that I bought from somewhere, it would be there by now. I'm supposed to go pick it up on Tuesday.
It's closed right now.
Yeah, but
Most
do you
places are.
reckon? Do you reckon if I came back like before Tuesday, do you think it's a Tuesday at the latest, or do you reckon?
I'm not sure how you'd expect me to know.
It was just if you had any knowledge of the other shopkeepers, if they generally did that.
I couldn't tell you. I mean, if you've got like a range to pick up on Tuesday, best chance just go on Tuesday. But I mean, you could try going on Monday, see if you find anything.
Okay.
What we want to do is give this thing druid magic so that it can turn into a metal bear with flames and like a skull faceplate. That'd be really badass and tear up the
We try and
competition.
make a little faceplate for you. I mean, we've got all sorts of masks and stuff we can make. If it's my spare time, well, it depends on which spare time I'm allowed, really. I'd have to ask Professor Vasvias, as you always call him. I always want to call him Edge. But, like, you know, I could crack something together. It wouldn't be the most pretty thing I've ever made. When do you need it for?
First match is on the 27th.
Right, so about 2 weeks, yeah. I can try and put something together. I mean, I don't really know how to make something cast druid magic, because that seems like a little bit outside of my...
Sorry, I'm taking care of that.
Alright.
I got a glowy acorn.
Alright.
And
Any
the
modifications you
ideas
need,
will-
I can give a go. I mean, this thing looks like it's been made pretty much to be done like, you know, pop a part off, put a new part in, all sorts of stuff. Not too hard. We got some painting equipment around here as well, you know. It's mostly for painting vehicles, but should be about the same.
That'd be good. You can make it look a bit more sort of, you know, impressive.
It already looks white metal.
I suspect if Maisie's going to be doing it, we need quite a lot of black paint.
Yeah.
Probably got some. In terms of like using parts, that's where you're gonna have to convince Etch about all that kind of stuff as to whether or not he'll allow me to take the supplies, because you know it's money.
Well, he does owe
Well, I
Charlie
imagine
something.
I would have thought that buying supplies would be alright. That wouldn't be cheating, wouldn't it?
We have
Nice.
a set of how much we can add to it. I'm pretty sure about 20 gold
Right,
worth.
well, problem with that kind of stuff is the kind of paint we use for this industrial painters tends to be about 200 gold a set, but you get massive crates of it. You don't really do individual purchases.
But you can sell us a little, like a pot of it or whatever, can you?
Not legally.
Are you? Oh, that's a shame. Well, is there somewhere we can buy a small pot then?
Wait,
What I know of.
there's a way we can do this super cheap. It's more metal. Rather than using paint, if we just go out.
We just go out.
Just go out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go out.
My point is that, you know,
And-
there's certain costs that'll come with it, and
Ooh.
and what?
Hello?
Hi.
there we go.
You disappeared again.
We can
Oh,
go-
I was
we
just
can-
gonna say, let's just smear it with like charcoal and ash.
Mm.
Do it wouldn't stick a
Yeah,
metal
yeah.
that well.
That's true.
What if we just like briefly like charred the metal?
You can't really
Wait.
char metal in the same way that you're thinking, like wood. You can put it under hot flames and it'll start to anodize or change the colors, but you wouldn't necessarily get black. Depends what metal it's made out of.
I am going to cast Disguise Self. I'll take out my little wand, tap my head, and that kind of ripple will go down my body. And I'm gonna disguise self as a my-sized version of the Starlight, the winning
Okay.
robot.
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna say. So, if paint costs that much, how much would it have cost to take this? I'm pointing at Darwin, and turn it into something that looked like this. Because if your paint is costing loads, that seems to me like it would cost more than 20 gold.
Probably. I don't know what they've done with it. I mean, I don't know how these rules work. I reckon if you knew someone who could do it, it would cost them 50 gold in paint. It's not too much overall.
Modifications to the metal, because it had like clothes on, but made of metal.
All those sorts of things. Again, it's like I can't see it in total, but I reckon your whole job's looking at about 200 gold. But again, I don't know what these rules are. If they're not allowed to pay, if they've got a friend to do it for them, then like I said, I'd happily do it if you can convince Etch to let me do it for no charge. But
I think we may need the IOU, Cal.
Do we want to save it for something more important?
I mean, I was hoping to get something a bit more than just a bit of paint, because obviously the gem he took back was fairly unique.
Yeah.
But I mean, if that's what we need to do, that's what we need to do, I suppose.
I mean, we don't need to do that. This is all about the look of it, and we want to make sure that it's all function over form, right?
It's true. I mean, the point is to win, I suppose.
We'll be back, Anton. We'll see if we can track it down.
Oh, he's in the back.
Then that was incredibly easy. Thank you.
I probably shouldn't have told you that, though.
I should not have told you that.
I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that.
I agree with Cal. I don't think that we should ask him to use his favor, because it is his favor, not our favor.
No, it's fair. I was just saying that we may have to get this thing to be what we want it to be, but we don't have to. I mean,
don't hurt to ask, does it?
Well, exactly. I mean, we can always ask the question.
Yeah.
I can go get him if you want. I'm not sure how happy he'll be.
Sure.
But then he's never particularly happy, is he?
Well, he's got a heart of gold, doesn't he?
If you say so. Tony walks over to the back, goes to the door. You hear a mumbled voice from the other side of just Anton, like, Etch, sir?
Not here.
Right. Well, we got some of those kids have come back. The ones that you've spoken to a few times now.
Which ones?
There's the one with the black clothes and piercings and stuff. Tiefling. There's the one that looks rather smart. The same Tiefling. There's the really short one who's riding on top of a warforged, and then there's the other really smart one that looks like he's got a bit like a fish, but like a human, humanoid kind of shape.
Okay.
I'm trying to be described as a fish.
You can't really hear him. Yeah, they're asking about how much help they can get for this warforged stuff, which they're trying to do. And I was saying to them, well, I can do it obviously using the shop, but that would be a cost to you in the shop in itself, and I'm not sure how much you'd be willing to put that up, because they're not allowed to pay for it, so it would have to be under the kindness of your heart. So
can we just use scrap metal or something from failed weapons?
I can do my best. I mean, that still usually costs. I usually use that scrap metal in creating various things like that. That sword I was making the other day, the long one. I had to use that for the hilt, and you can't even tell. Especially the ones where they want those sort of weird patterns, and I end up just sort of mashing some things together. I mean, it's cheaper.
How much it going to cost you?
It depends on what they want to do. They want to get painting, so that new paint station thing you got for buying for painting those airships and carts and things like that you were saying you'd be doing, which you haven't done yet. That's would be used in metal and stuff like that. I don't know. It depends on what they want to do, but I could keep it. Well, it depends if they want it to be particularly strong or not. But I don't know. I could keep it under budget of 300 gold. I mean, it depends on how extravagant they want to go.
Can they just use spray paint or something for the paint?
What you could do, it wouldn't stick particularly well. It would be there for a bit, and then whatever they're using it for, it'd probably scrape off fairly quick.
Can help them with the metal stuff, but the paint, let them figure that out.
All right, what's my budget?
Put an upper end of 200 on it.
All right, will do. Right. Do you want to come talk to them or?
No, I'm not here.
Right. He comes out again. He's like, so as it turns out, Etch is not here, but he did tell me. He's not happy to be helping with the paint side of things, but he will let me do some metalworking and help you with the form stuff like that. There's a little limit on the cost, but it should be enough to cover what you're doing. Maybe nothing too fancy. That bear mask you're talking about might be a bit edged, but you know.
That's fine. I mean, to be honest, the look of the thing is a little bit about like an extra. Be nice, but it's not important.
I'll figure
It's
out
very-
the aesthetic. Don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's very kind of you to offer any help at all, so that's lovely. Whatever you can do would be great.
Yeah, well, you'd have to give me some, what you want and stuff, but I can start working on it. I mean, you can leave the thing here if you want to.
Oh, I suppose Cromwell's the one who's really working on it, so do you want to...
I'm happy to leave it here with you. I'm not working on the aesthetic of it or anything like that.
Is there anything that you're going to need done to it for your part of the work, Cromwell? Anything, to do with how you're going to infuse this druidic stuff?
Just my glowy acorn and my books for now.
Well, you'd
But
be
I
aware that
can-
you need like storage for the orbs for the magic, that kind of stuff.
I was going, yeah.
I
So,
thought they said that they were giving that to us on the day.
Yeah, but you need somewhere to
yeah,
put
you
them.
need somewhere to put. Yeah, you need some storage for it.
Imagine
Oh.
it like a Nerf gun, but for big orbs of magic.
Oh, I was just gonna shove them inside it. Is that not how it works?
Well, it depends on like what's being used. Like a magic like
Need like a
levitate.
bender door.
Levitate could be inside of it because it would just use the spell, whereas if it's like an aggressive spell, it would need to like use it.
So what we're seeing is perhaps having the arm some kind of delivery system for these spells. We're thinking.
No, we should go with the head.
Yeah, the mouth.
Like a bender door.
No, I was thinking. Maisie wanted stuff to come out of the top of the head, fire. So what if everything came out the top of the head?
What do you mean the forehead? Like sort of like a third eye kind of thing.
No, I was thinking more like a mohawk, like a slot. The problem with the
yes,
door,
come up here with a
problem with the
hole
door
in
in
the
the
front.
chest, Neva, is that
That wasn't Neva saying that. That was Birdie.
The
Neva's being quiet.
problem is that it ruins Joe's internet. It's the problem.
You've broken it. You've broken the internet again.
All right, well, like, we can work on that. I'm sure we'll talk over time about the kind of stuff that you need. But yeah, we can work on those sorts of things. In reality, this is you guys in Hero Fox. Just make a thing and I can pay for it with my tokens that I have a lot of stored up.
I also have tokens.
Yeah, but you do that for your
Thank you.
campaign.
Don't
Yeah,
have
fair.
any tokens.
Yeah, it costs us a fair bit per month. Right. Nice.
Right, that's brilliant.
Anything else I can
Very
do for
much.
you? Any weapons you need and stuff like that?
I don't suppose you
Not
maybe.
that I can afford right now.
I might need to come back and get some replacement armor and shield if it all gets broken. See the stuff on
Arms
the
and shields?
poster.
Yeah, I got plenty of stuff around here.
I haven't got any money at
So
the
what
moment.
kind of
that's-
quality you're looking for? Well, yeah, that would be quite difficult to pay for it.
Exactly. So I'll wait and see what happens to my own stuff first. If it survives, I'll be all right. If not, I might ask you to try and fix it, maybe.
What's it going to survive?
But it's on the Warforged. You see what it goes.
Oh, it's
into.
that stuff there,
Mm,
right?
yeah.
Do you want me to attach that a bit better? Make it so it doesn't look like it's clanging around.
Well, that would be nice if you could do that. Yes, thank you. I mean, I'd like to get it back off again one day, possibly. We'll see.
Oh, it's fine. We'll work on that.
Right, thank you. I think that's about it, isn't it? We wanted to be able to move quickly sideways as well, sort of hopping about us.
Quickly sideways.
Yeah, he needs to be able to get out of the way quickly if he's being attacked,
All right.
it'll be able to do that. Don't worry.
Oh, he's going to do spell stuff, is he? Okay, fine enough. Well, whatever you can do. I mean, the
Yeah, if
idea
it's
is
spell stuff, I'm not going to be able to help you with that. But if it's
No.
physical
As long
stuff,
as long as,
I got
it's,
it.
as long as the space to put the spell orbs in there, that's where that'd be great. And anything you can do to sort of tweak the system to make it a bit stronger, a bit faster, that'd be great.
I'm not an arcane engineer, so that kind of stuff might be a bit beyond me. But I'll
No,
do
it's
what I
okay.
can.
If you can't, that's absolutely fine. Anything you could do is He's very kind indeed.
I'll see if I can find some friends of mine who might give me a bit of advice.
Thank you. That's very, very kind of you. And if you want us to, do anything for you in return, don't forget, that's what friends are for.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I may at some point ask you just to test out some weapons that I'm trying to build up.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see.
I'm better with the old blunt weapons than the sharpy ones, but I'm sure my friend here would be very
All
happy
sorts
to
of
use
things.
sharp ones.
Enchanting weapons is a difficult job,
I wouldn't know. I never tried.
Oh. Well, it's quite difficult.
I believe you. It sounds like a very specialist thing.
Right. Well, if you don't mind, I was clearing up for the day.
Yes,
Yep,
sorry.
thank you.
We're disturbing you. Thank you very much for all your help. Should we leave the? He's called Darwin. Should we leave him with you?
Yeah, sure. I'll put him in back and make sure he's nice and safe.
Yeah, here's the controller, and well, when would you like us to come back for him?
Whenever you like.
Okay, we'll pop back in a couple of days, shall we?
Sure. I won't have it done by then, but I'll have it done before you need to have it.
Grand. We'll pop back in from time to time, make sure you're okay. You don't need anything off us. Okay.
I'll come by Friday night before to aesthetic it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Boot polish. That's your thing.
All right.
Rightio.
And he takes it off you, guides it through. Etch sees the robot that earlier in the week he
Yes.
set up, walk through the door.
Right, we'll see you later then.
Could-
Bye, Edge.
Anton,
I mean, I know you're not there, but if you were there, bye.
Anton,
Mm-hmm.
can you give me a hand down?
Oh, I completely forgot you were down there. Just grabs like a child underneath the armpits and just puts you down on the ground.
Thanks. Here's the remote.
Thank you.
I thought that wouldn't happen when I was tall.
No, you're too tall.
It would be funny if we got back to the accommodation gun.
Yeah, without problem.
Oh
I was just home alone in Etch's workshop.
No.
Except rather than alone, Etch's sleeping in his chair in the corner.
Oh dear. Yes. So head back, I suppose.
Walking back through town.
No, Alex, don't do that voice. I don't like that.
Hang on.
What do you mean?
I'm
Stop that.
I'm just getting my dice ready.
Walking back through town. As you're
I'm
walking,
gonna-
it's
I
gotten
don't have
fairly
the armor
late.
yet.
The
Don't
suns have
attack
gone
us.
down. The suns have gone down. And as you're walking down the streets, you hear this sort of a tumbling sound, some glass shattering down an alleyway on like your right hand side. A bit of like a kerfuffle, one might call
A
it.
kerfuffle, what a great word. Hey, did you hear that?
Yep.
Let's keep walking.
No, somebody might be in trouble, but I'm not going to get involved unless we absolutely have to. Don't worry.
I'm
I'm
just
going
gonna
to
keep walking.
poke my nose into the alleyway and see what I can see.
So down the alleyway, you can see that it turns left at the end, this sort of L shape around the back. The alleyway is. I just want to put this onto like an ominous playlist, just
Ominous.
Playing Mwahaha. Maybe more suspense.
The
though.
alleyway is naturally dark, with shadows created by the tall buildings either side and the overhangs of the roof above. You peek your head around this little corner, and you can see down at the end there are 4 figures. Right at the end. 3 are standing over the cowering 4th, who has evidently been pushed to the ground and is being threatened by some kind of blunt object. 2 of the 3 figures you can see are huge, big and strong, absolutely sort of massive figures, silhouetted so you can't really tell any race or anything.
How fast
And
can
the
I
third, standing between the other 2, has a blunt object in one hand, and it's smaller, more average, sort of human-sized. That's what you see. They're obviously discussing, but it's kind of hard to hear properly what's going on.
Can I look around for any of the flying police people?
You can't see any right now?
Mm.
Mm.
You can hear the center thug talking to the figure on the ground, who, as you look a little closer or sort of focus your eyes, you see it's a small figure, possibly human, possibly elven, that kind of a makeup, dressed in what you can assume to be sort of smartish clothing. You can see like a collar, maybe a little tie.
So are they around the bend of this L
Yeah,
shape?
so the alleyway goes to your right, which is straight, and then turns to the left, and has like a sort of goes around the back of one of the buildings.
And
But at
they're
the moment,
around
it's
that
only
corner.
Carly who
Yeah.
has seen this. The rest of you are waiting, like on the road.
There's 3 guys standing over a smaller guy who's on the ground. 2 of the standing up guys are pretty big, to be honest.
Well, I'm not allowed to do anything with this until Neva says that I can.
Well, she wants to.
Neva's not with you. She's walked on.
She's carried on.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really want to get involved in a fight with 2 people that sort of size. But on the other hand, I don't fancy just sort of. How far away is Neva?
Not too far, probably like 30 feet ahead.
Neva, can you see if you can find a policeman or someone like that or some kind of authority?
Fine.
Can I put the bird pin on and try to focus on the people I know are in the alleyway?
That's a good idea.
Give it a go.
Have they just heard Cal shouting across 30 feet away, the police?
No. I mean, you're a fair distance.
How far away are
seem
they?
to be distracted.
How far away are they from us?
It depends where you're standing. Are you standing back on the road, or are you standing down the alleyway?
I'm in the entrance to the alleyway.
Probably like 50 feet the other side of the building, like diagonally. So
I'm going to move forward some 30 feet away. But if they turn and start and challenge, I'm going to leave fast.
you, to get sort of close enough, would really need to be down the same alleyway as them, which you could attempt to be sneaky, but there's always the chance of them seeing you.
I'm not very good at sneaky. In fact, I'll go. Hello, is any problem?
Oh, you're engaging. Well, as you get a little closer, before you say that, as you get closer, you can see, a bit more clearly who they are. The one in the center is human, wearing a sports coat and smart trousers, both of which are evidently very old and worn.
This is on the floor.
No, this is the one standing up.
Right.
With the blunt object. He's also wearing a distinctively bright purple pair of high-top shoes, a pairing that does not seem to match with the rest of the outfit. He has red, messy hair, which is unkempt, and is obvious now that the object being held to threaten the human on the floor is a large wooden baseball bat. The most striking of features, though, is his left arm, or the lack thereof. The arm is completely missing from below the elbow, and covering the stump is a dirty bandage that is slightly bloodied, possibly his own, but possibly somebody else's. To either side of him are 2 large orcs who must be 6.5 to 7 feet tall, dressed in minimal leathers, showing off these large muscles. The one on the right is the smaller of the 2, but only by a couple of inches. He is bald, with a big bushy beard and a terrible posture, hunching over. He has various tattoos on his face and shoulders, and no scars or other markings on his body other than a tattoo on his right pec that you just catch that says Big Mike. The second on the left is standing tall with a good posture and has a square jaw and a blue Mohican and tattoo sleeves on both arms. His face and body have scars on them, and like he has seen a fair amount of battle in his life. And he has a little tattoo on the right pec that says Ambo.
Amber or Ambert?
Ambo, A-M-B-O.
Ambo.
So neither.
Ambo.
As you're getting a little closer, you hear the
Rambo?
conversation. You hear the conversation a little more clearly, as the one in the center, in a wild accent that you've never heard before, says, "It's not good begging for forgiveness now, is it, Mr. Halter? I told you what would happen if you didn't pay the protection fee, huh? You'd lose protection. That would be handy now, wouldn't it? But because I'm a kind businessman, I'm going to give you a choice. Either you pay up right here, right now, Well, my boys are going to give you a reason to remember next time, eh? You hear the figure on the ground replying with this very panicked voice, just, but I don't have anything to give you. My profits are down and I needed my food for my family. Please, Mr. Rashid, don't do this. One more week. One more week. That's all I need. This one-armed human sort of stands up tall, leaning back ever so slightly, showing off this bad posture, and rests the baseball bat on his forehead in a show of frustration. You know, you see sometimes they sort of rest against the head. Takes a deep breath before exhaling and saying, "For the last time, you call me Rika, not Mr. Rashim, okay?" Well, it seems like you've made your choice, boys. Rough him up. Make sure he remembers what happened. The large figure on the right replies to this human in this low, gruff, frankly dull tone. "Okay, boss." And they start to lean over the figure on the floor, which is about when you get... spelling mistakes. About when you get close enough. And this one in the middle, who you have identified, or has been identified as Rekka, turns around and sees you. Do you say anything first, or do you let him speak?
I just say, I just wondered if there's any problem, anything I can help with.
He looks almost surprised to have been confronted by absolutely anybody at this time, in the evening, down a random alleyway. So turns around and says, is it only Kylie that's here, or has anyone else backed him up here?
I have no idea.
Maisie's still trying to use brain stuff.
Neva's gone to get police.
Sure. He says, "Fuck me, what do you have here? It's been a little tight come to save the day. How about you, do what's good for you and fuck off?" As he says that, you can hear this figure on the ground speaking up. You can see he's a small human man dressed in this clothing. Just says, "Please help me." The person you recognize as Rekka doesn't really give you a chance to say anything, but he keeps eye contact with you, but leans back slightly, sort of implying that he's going to talk to the one on the floor, and says, Now, Mr. Halter, let's not disturb the innocent kitty. I shall remind you to keep your mouth shut whilst we're in company, or maybe my boys will need to remind you in a more convincing way." And he turns back to you and says, Come on now, walk away."
Well, I don't want to get involved in any kind of trouble, because obviously I don't stand much chance against your two friends there. How much does this gentleman owe you? Can I help at all?
"Oh, you're trying to save the day, huh? I don't think that's any of your business. Besides, I would have thought someone who's looking smart and clever like you would understand it's more than just the money."
I see what you mean. Well, I don't really want to get involved. I've got to be honest. I've had a few things like this recently, and it's been very unpleasant. Is there any...
Sort of look, as you say, like, "I don't really want to get involved." He kind of looks up at the two giant orcs and like, "Right, I wasn't actually thinking you were going to get involved. I was serious telling you to fuck off. This ain't your business."
Very true, very true. I just don't like to see people get hurt.
Oh, got a conscience on you, do you?
I'm afraid so, yes.
I'd
Yeah, I was
like it
raised-
less if you're the one getting hurt.
I wouldn't enjoy it, no. That's true. I'm playing for time, in case you wouldn't. Hurry up, Neva.
Meanwhile, Neva, you're looking for anybody in particular, or just the closest guard?
The closest guard.
Eventually,
One in
as you...
particular, that guard though, when he's got
Oh,
the
no,
one
like an
colour hair.
ASMR, or looking for someone who's looking big and strong, or someone who looks particularly vigilant, just like the closest guard, You walk over and find a human guard. He doesn't look particularly big and strong, but he's definitely a guard wearing the right kind of uniform. Sort of wandering down, whether he's doing a patrol, or if he's just walking down, you don't know. But you walk over, and he doesn't immediately pay attention, but when it's obvious that you're coming over to him, he sort of looks down, a little taller than you, and it's just like, "You right?"
Excuse me, sir. There's some trouble down an alleyway down here, and we were wondering if you could help.
"What kind of trouble?"
I'm not quite sure. My friends are there currently, and I'm kind of concerned.
Well, I'm off the clock a moment. I have to get someone who's, ready to
Please
get
be
you
quick.
involved.
I don't know how serious it is.
I mean, it can't be that serious if it's, what's going on?
I don't know. We just heard. We heard.
We don't know what's going on. I'm sure you must have some idea if you're
Well,
coming
no,
to get me.
my friend told me to come and get you. They went down to check, and they said that we needed you.
All right. Shot away.
Shall we lead the way then?
It leads you down to the alleyway. I'm assuming the two, Cromwell, who is staying quite quiet at the moment, and
Brain
Maisie.
stuff working.
He's frozen.
I'll literally just been waiting on the road by the alley because this would come under my thing of the 10 gold a month of not doing anything unless I'm told that that's all right.
Walks over, sees the two of you. It's like, it's better not be another one of those pranks.
Down there. Our friend's down there. I think he's interacting with them.
Oh, fine. Walks down the alleyway. At which point, this would catch up to Kylie, you standing there. And you see a figure appear behind you, which immediately would be a little concerning, but then you realise it is a guard who steps forwards past you. It's like, all right, what we got going? Oh, Mr. Wrecker, sir. You doing all right? Any problems down here? And this new friend of yours with the baseball bat just looks up at the guy and says, "Oh, see any problems? Any problems I'm feeling right now? This kid won't fuck off." And this guy's like, "Right, well, you can't, be threatening children around here. How about we all just break up from down here and we all move on, eh?" That's the guard saying that. And he turns around to Carly too, just like, "It's all good."
Well, I mean, as long as the gentleman on the floor there is okay with it. He seems to be having a bit of a disagreement, shall we say, with the gentleman with the large bat.
The guard looks around and he's like, yeah, what is going on here? And Rekka's like, "My problems. I just sorted out a problem." Two accents that are apparently mixing together. Just sorting out a problem. Nothing much, though. My brain cannot mix these inconsistent character voices. The guy on the floor is just like, The guy looks at the two gigantic orcs, looks at Rekka, looks around at you, and is just like, well, if he says there's no problem, I don't see any reason not to believe him.
Neither just stood there and went, "Really?"
I mean, I've got to say, I'm a little disappointed. The gentleman on the floor, apparently, is being about to be having an unpleasant encounter with these two rather larger gentlemen because he won't pay some money to the gentleman with the bat there.
The gentleman with the bat just goes, "No, mate, he's just far too drunk right now." The guy says,
Doesn't look drunk to me.
"Looks like he might just be a bit too drunk."
Well, do you think perhaps you could escort him back to his house then, maybe?
That's not my job. Like I said, I'm off the clock.
How about we escort him back to his house then?
Oh, well, I don't know about that. I mean,
You do what you want.
I'm not sure the gentleman with the bat and the two great big gentlemen would be very keen of us taking him away from him.
Well, as far as I can tell, this seems like a problem that does not need my guard involvement. Just be civil,
How corrupt are you?
move on, and sure it'll be good. I'll make sure he gets some water in the morning. And the guy just wanders off down the alleyway.
Well, I've got to say, I'm very disappointed in the guards around here.
So how much do you pay the guards to turn a blind eye?
Are you talking to the one-armed
Rekka.
man? I don't know what you're talking about. Just a civil conversation going on over here. You have overstayed your welcoming.
I don't think so.
All right. Just stretches out a little bit. Well, his one arm stretches out. He does this really overly fancy thing. You see people flick around the back where it spins in midair and they catch it again. He's like, "I don't know how many times I'm going to have to keep telling you this, but either you move on or this is going to become a problem."
Problem then.
I'm going to cast sleep.
All right.
Because I can see
Mystery.
where this is going, and before they attack Neva, I'm going to cast Sleep.
As you cast Sleep, Rekka flicks his arm one more time, like after this sort of spinning thing, and the bat just springs out spikes the entire way down, like and it segments out into about 5 different pieces, kind of like a strange long whip with spikes all over it.
I like that.
And yeah,
I
you're all going to have to roll
want
initiative.
that. I've already cast Sleep.
You've already cast Sleep. We'll worry
Will
about
you
that at
tell
the beginning of
Spyro?
initiative.
I can't find. I can't spell Sleep because I can't find any D8s. So there's one.
Alright.
Level my
Unsurprisingly, I need to open some things.
That's D8.
Neva, you were so close. You almost got everybody to walk away.
I was going to walk away, and then she came down and started, and I was about to say no, let's go because and then she's like, no, it's a problem. Oh, fine, okay.
It's always
She
Neva.
got pissed off by the corruption.
Well,
of
so
the
was
guard.
I, but I was going to go away and complete the guard.
Hey, Alex, how much of our gear do we have here?
I have no arm. My armor's currently attached to the bloody Warforged.
True, your armor is attached to the Warforged. You
your
would have your chain whip, and I imagine you hold your weapons with you. Let's be real.
I was about to say,
Even-
Neva's always got her blades under her shirt.
Even my new light crossbow that I believe Cromwell gave me.
I did give you.
Yes. Yeah, probably.
Okay.
You'd carry it in
Cool.
a bag, wouldn't you? Let's be real.
Oh,
Sure.
after the last few days.
Yeah, after the last time going out on town, probably. Yeah.
I would have worn my armor if it wasn't attached to the Warforged.
I can't
No, I
believe that I have wasted a spell slot on a day where anything was going to be happening on Disguise Self. So I currently put like a little version of that.
Oh my god.
That is true. You do. You do.
Oh dear.
Right. I'm gonna have to put you guys into this map, which you currently can't see.
Alex, we don't currently have stats for the chain knife. How are we?
I think
No,
it's
you don't.
+5 to hit.
I think the basic outline is it's dex based, but without
No
proficiency.
proficiency. Mhm.
And then it's 1d6 plus dex
Yeah.
for damage, and then it'll be like a 10-foot range.
It's basically a whip, but with a d6 instead of d4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you
Because-
add a whip to your character, that it should do all of that because rogues aren't proficient with them, I think. Or you can take the proficiency off.
Joe, is your internet going to be able to handle Tailspar being open as well?
I hope so.
I have some confidence, a bit of confidence, a very small amount of confidence,
Some confidence, maybe.
a level
Okay,
of confidence that is yet to be
I can
determined.
imagine that. So, position-wise, obviously, Neva's up at the front, being like, "Oi!"
So my Steam decided to update itself, so at least I'm.
Of course it has. And then you'd have Carly as well nearby. Is Cromwell still on the road, or has Cromwell started to make their way down?
I would have stayed on the road at the end of the alley.
Okay, that's fine.
If I
And
can see
then
them
Maisie?
doing stuff, I'll move down. But if around the corner, then I won't.
I followed Neva as she went down.
Okay. So,
I may have to watch it on the screen because it's decided to install Microsoft PC redistributable, and it's stuck. Oh no, there it goes. Do something.
whilst
Give me
I'm
half
waiting, then let's get
Give me half
some
an hour, I'll be there.
some initiatives. Maisie.
I haven't rolled yet. It is nat 1.
Yay!
Plus
It brings me to a 4.
to a 4. Neva.
Ooh,
15.
Yababa?
15.
15. Oh, actually, hang on.
Which is it shakedown stopper is the board.
It would be, I would take
I'm
you
waiting
to
on
the
GM.
board.
Okay.
Oh, it's not telling me
I
you
was about to
actually
say,
in the
I've
game.
gone on
That's
to
fine.
campaign 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would be. You go into campaign 3, and then I can bring you to the board. But
oh, Tailspell
oh,
starting.
you are in there. Oh, I just for some reason that. Yes, summon you to the board. So where's this?
Okay.
There we go.
Campaign 3. Play. Come on, you can do it.
So, starting again on the whole. Maisie, I've already forgotten what you had.
4.
It's like 3? 4.
4.
Neva, you said
How come I can't see that?
15. Cromwell
14.
and Calais.
18.
Because Alex still needs to bring you to the board.
I see. I don't mind being
I
rejected.
already summoned everyone to the
Oh,
board, but
there you go. It's
I
actually
guess
waiting.
apparently you didn't come with it.
He joined late after
I
you
did,
had brought
I
us.
Yeah,
Right.
because I'm there. I have arrived. I can't remember how to control it. Bloody hell. How do you rotate? Oh, there we go. I got it. Don't panic.
I love how both Calais and Neva's Hero Forges are holding books.
Yes, they
Yeah,
are.
exactly, yeah.
It's perfectly fine.
We're not actually fighters per se. More not fighters.
And then giving permissions. Is everybody in the game, or do I need to give extra permissions to anyone? No, you're all here.
How'd you go up and down? Remind me. Oh, I got it.
Scroll
Don't
in.
remind me. I got
Do
it.
you like the map? Look, it's a little alleyway with
Yeah.
buildings.
It's cool.
I do like the
I'm
map.
immediately going to bring down the thing so I can see what's going on.
Not got glasses on.
Hmm?
Wait.
I can't tell from the Hero Forge my character's got glasses on.
No, she doesn't.
Glasses on
I'm
your
also
face.
just going to turn on your guys' torches, even though just so you can see a little bit what's going on.
I hope this guy on the ground's a good guy, not a bad guy. I'd be very upset if he got involved with bad guys and another bad guy.
Okay, so the first thing, which I would count as a little surprise round, you wanted to do sleep.
I want to do sleep. On the obviously I'm targeting the 3 guys,
Yes.
the 2 orcs and the other chap. So it's going to be 5d8, I think.
I don't know.
Oh, in that case, it's 12d8.
5d8.
5d8, yeah. I'm just going to confirm that.
Confirm with the spell. Does it go from the person with the least health to the most health?
It says, roll
Yes.
the creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose, ascending order of their current hit points.
Yeah. Okay.
And I am rolling the first 3, which is not too bad, wasn't bad. 7, 11, 15. Another, it's 19, 21.
21 altogether.
21 hit points, yeah.
None of them fall asleep.
Oh,
God damn it. Okay, well, time to die.
Oh, yeah, I've got one more spell, yeah.
First up, this wrecker steps forwards up to Neva with this almost sick smile on his face, like he's going to enjoy this far more than he should, and it's just going to swing at you with this weird spiky chain. It's going to be a 25 to hit. Yep, that's going to hit.
Yep.
And you're going to take.
Oh, come think of it. I had no,
3 damage. Off the cuff, just whips you. This scrapes across your arm, tearing at your clothing. Is quite sore. Quite sore all in all. Not particularly happy, I'm sure. He seems to be playing with you far too much, and almost as though he's testing. Like doesn't keep attacking. Cully, you are up next. Neva, you are on deck.
Hey. I'm debating whether to try and defend myself or to attack.
I think the dog's trying to get involved.
escape
Not me.
or get in somewhere.
Oh, it's the cats.
Yep.
Pay attention to me!
I am going to cast Rewind Time. I'm going to cast Sanctuary. How many hit points you got, Neva?
She's looking,
left, I've got 6.
bleeding.
I'm going to cast Sanctuary on
2/3 of her health remains.
Neva,
Okay.
which means until the spell ends, which is 1 minute. Until the spell ends, any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or harmful spell must first make a Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or spell.
Okay.
So that will stop you getting hit a bit anymore. And then I am going to... That was a bonus action, by the way, apparently. But I can't use 2 spells, can I?
If it says it's a bonus,
You can't because you've run out of spell slots.
Yeah, but
that's going to be a big thing.
I've got cantrips.
Okay, but the way we do it is if it's
If it's
a normal
magic,
spell,
right.
it takes an action. If you have a bonus, that's something that takes a bonus, then you could use that. But you know,
So does that mean I can? So can I use an action
Yeah,
as well?
you can cast the cantrip.
I can't get. So that's going to have to be a sacred flame on our friend with the spiky club.
well, Harry, is that something that says it takes a bonus attack? Because that's what I'm saying.
No, the other one, the one I
Sanctuary is
cast.
Sanctuary
Just
is
bonus
bonus.
action. Okay,
Sanctuary
I
is
missed
a
that.
bonus.
In which case, yes, you can do the sacred flame.
The target will succeed on a dexterity saving throw, or take 1d8
Give it a
damage.
go. Dexterity saving throw.
Dex 13.
It's 21.
He's very dexterous. That's it. Once again,
You put these flames, and he just like steps gracefully out of the way, his hair flapping in the non-existent wind.
marvelous, and I'm going to move back because I'm not an idiot.
Run away! Neva with Cromwell,
I'm not actually going to
on
face
deck.
the wall. That's better.
Neva with Cromwell on deck, who would definitely have just seen Neva getting attacked.
Yeah, and she's just gonna slash back at her with her knives.
Okay. Stab, 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 stab.
So I can hit with both knives, can't I? Because I've got the 2-weapon fighting.
If you've got 2-weapon fighting, then you can do attacks with both.
The
It
second
takes
one
your
doesn't
bonus
get
action.
dex
The-
bonus damage.
Yeah.
It's just the 1d6.
It takes.
Well,
It'll
I've
take
got
you.
1d4 on mine.
Or yeah, sorry, 1d4.
No,
Sorry,
it's
sorry,
1d4.
sorry.
So you use your bonus attack for the second attack, and you don't get the
Yeah.
bonus damage.
13 was the first one to hit.
13 to hit.
Yeah.
Does miss, I'm afraid.
Oh, that'll be 23. It's out of 10.
23 does hit. So the first one he dodges out of the way, but the second one you get up under a rib.
28 damage.
79 million.
4
Yeah,
damage.
right in
I
the
don't get
Achilles
to add
heel.
the bonus, do I?
You don't, I'm afraid. 4 damage. Yeah, you catch him under the chest. He's like, all right, all right. She's got a sting to her, huh? There's not much else you can do because you've used your bonus.
No. Yeah, no, I'm thinking I can't move away because he can hit me.
That's
That's
okay.
true.
But you're sanctuarized.
Not anymore. She attacked.
Yep.
God damn it.
It's true.
I didn't realise if I had attacked that fucked it up.
Cromwell, you are up next, and Maisie after a couple
That's it.
of,
That's the end of my
attempts to
magic.
kill them.
a sea spell didn't work, and a sanctuary spell that never took effect. Marvelous. Now I'm going to get out my wooden stick now and hit them with that.
Cromwell?
Oh, I didn't realise. Petty, have you had your turn, Petty?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't do anything.
So I'll assume I'm allowed to help. So going forward, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is my movement. I'm just a little halfling boy. I don't think I can. I see him.
No, fortunately not.
Gosh.
Or,
What's
so I will
happening?
use my action dash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll just say, is everything alright? Not call anyone? According to plan?
So what's happening here is Cromwell's been smoking for years. So has one of those like talk box things, and it's just glitching out a little bit.
I think
I'm
we've got
going to
into one of
assume
those.
that's
know
the
those-
end of the turn.
You know those things that Neva say we shouldn't get involved with? I think
Yeah.
we're involved with one.
Ironically, Neva's the one that got involved with it.
Exactly.
Yep.
Next up. Hang on, bear with me 1 second.
You obviously wanted us to get involved in it. That's why you built this map. I was just letting you.
No, I have the map just in case you wanted to get involved with it. Don't be no. Okay, so first, the one on the actually the left for you steps forward. This big orc.
Big Mike.
Boom, boom. It is Big Mike. Boom. He's going to step to. He can't really stand there. That's a bit of an awkward spot, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
He's been kind of choked through. Yeah, you know what? He can't do much, so he's just going to wait there behind John Rucker.
You don't
The
want
other guy
to
will
push
stand.
your boss out of the way. Just
They're going to stand to the. Yeah, they're just going to stand behind, looking menacingly. Low sort of grumbling noises coming from them. Before Maisie is up, and Carly, after another turn, you will be on deck.
Macy will move up and just put her hand on Neva's shoulder and say, "You should get out of here," and bring out the chain knife and try to chain knife this man, this wrecker man. The only one
Yeah,
that's in
so you
range
try and
of
get this
chain knife.
long range. Does it work?
Trying to do the thing. I've been
You're spinning it
practicing.
around, you lurch it forwards, and
18 plus 3.
it hits! You catch him across the side, like, alright. The fuck is that?
And it's sneak attack damage since Neva's currently in range. For 2d6 plus 3. Wait. Yeah, sneak attack's still 1d6. So 2d6 plus 3.
Not bad.
8 damage.
Not bad at all. You catch him across the side, slice up some, this lovely, well, it's a little bit ruined, but this jacket has a lovely fresh cut through it, and you can see a little bit of blood trickling.
Well, we know that he has at least 21 points. Because otherwise he'd be asleep.
True.
He's lost 12 so far.
Is that the end of your turn?
I believe that's all I can do.
Okay. He looks over at you. Rekka looks over. He was like, "All right." He's like, "I'm ready to play now," and he is going to do kind of the same thing as you. He's going to whip around this gigantic spiky chain bat thing and trying to slam it into the side of you. Because he looks like he's enjoying this far too much. But I guess he hits the wall or something, because that's a 9 to hit.
Yeah, that's not going to do it.
Just slams off the wall. Like these sparks fly off the stone of the wall, like just past your face. It's probably terrifying, but it doesn't hit you. Carly?
I am going to use my crossbow.
Okay.
As any good magic user would.
Magic user with 2 spell slots? Yeah.
A
Use that
magic user
crossbow.
with two spell slots and a fire thing, where the guy is incredibly dexterous. So it's going to be either I can cast guidance on him, or spare the dying, or shoot him with a crossbow. So I'm going to shoot him with a crossbow.
Okay.
And I'm not going to shoot him with a crossbow because that's 6.
Yeah, it just goes off in the distance, and everyone looks at you like, "The hell was that?"
Was it such a bad shot that it actually hit one of the orcs?
No.
Damn it.
Unfortunately, not how this works.
They are kind of forming a meat wall behind him, so.
Yeah.
Meat wall. I hate the word meat wall. That's a gross word. Is it the end of your turn?
I don't actually have anything I can do as a bonus, I don't think. I'm just quickly checking my spells because any of the spells are bonus actions. No.
Okay. In which case, Neva, it is your turn with Cromwell on deck.
She's gonna attack again because she's just witnessed him go for it.
Because she can't help herself.
Run away!
16 and 22.
16 and 22. The 22. Oh, actually, no, both of them. Wait, who are you attacking? Just in front of you?
Yeah,
Yeah, both of them hit.
awesome.
These two wonderful stabs to his gut.
I also get sneak attack because.
Yeah?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
No, I don't, do I? Fuck.
Not in
Oh.
range. Sorry. There's nowhere to stand.
Oh, I like this dice. The 11 damage altogether.
11 damage altogether, not too bad. Yeah, you get like a couple of good jabs into his gut, and he's looking, a little upset. Like he wasn't expecting quite the resistance that you got. He's just standing there, with a weird, crazy smile on his face. Which you do, if you zoom in on the mini, he definitely has.
Hang on. Spin that. Oh.
Zoom in on the mini, as though I could do that nice and easily.
Oh no. I don't like that. I don't want to look at that.
I am going to take a step back to here.
Okay.
How'd you
Well, of
get-
course, he's going to try and attack you as a
Oh,
reaction.
Yep.
Maisie's gonna try to. Maisie wants to use a sacrifice rule to take the hit.
Wonderful. I need to remember how the sacrifice works.
Oops.
Let me.
If I call it before say whether
you
it
take the
hits or
full
not.
damage. No, you take more damage, don't you?
No,
Oh no,
before it hits, it's
before it hits. Yes, you take.
It's an auto crit if I say after it hits.
Taken before the outcome of the attack, player takes full damage. Okay, so as Neva steps back, Maisie, you try to step in front to try and take the hit. It is a. Here's the question: if it's going to be a hit, if it's going to be a hit on Neva. So Neva, would a 14 have hit you?
Yes.
Okay, in which case you dive in front as she steps back. So I'm going to say that you actually end up here and get caught in the side by this lovely, lovely, brutal pain of spikes, which is going to be, if I can find the thingy, there's going to be 5 damage. It tears across
Ow!
your arm and your chest.
I'm glad you did that.
You wouldn't have died.
Is Neva glad I did that?
No.
You get a prompt. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
And yes, that would have.
Are you going to run further away since you got away?
I might bring it more closer to the town.
Okay. Well, you've moved 10 and you have another 20 to go. It's just 4 squares if you wanted to.
I'm gonna stand here because then I can still see what's going on.
Okay.
Except I can't spin my mini,
So you go around the corner just a little bit. Cromwell, you're next, Maisie, on deck.
Venture.
A couple of moves.
Hello.
I could
Um,
throw some ink.
does Rekka look to be nearly
Nearly what?
dead?
No.
That's a shame. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna say. Are we staying or are we going? You
Saying, do we stay or do we go?
Head
I
towards the
think
exit.
we should leave.
and I will take a wand and I will wave it in a kind of a circular motion, Rekka's chest, and I'll cast Simulate Drowning. So, could he make me a wisdom saving throw?
Who are you doing that at? It's hard to tell through the very strong connection that you have to the internet.
Kerr.
Kerr, I'm assuming you said Rekka.
Yes.
Is there wisdom?
Her in the corner.
Oh, that's a cocked die. What do you do with them? That's going to be a 17.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens. You wave your wand and he goes, alright.
Yeah, just wait, man. It takes a while. 1, 2, 3.
Runs away. the two behind, at this point, seeing you run away, don't even make much of an attempt to get past their boss. So,
Oh,
Maisie,
cool.
it is your turn.
I thought I was gonna die.
No, they seem very amused by this whole situation.
Cool. Then
You are
I'll-
being actively mocked.
I'll take. Which one's laughing the hardest?
Well, probably Wrecker overall, but of the
Wrecker.
two orcs, well, it depends. It depends on hardest. The one on the left has got like a going. The one that's like big and strong with a mohawk. The one that's got the stoop is making more of a noise. So it's really who you think. I don't know.
I'll go for the one with the really dumb laugh.
The goofy
I'm gonna,
goof. Yeah.
Yeah, gonna pull out the crossbow and take a shot as I fuck off.
Okie dokie.
That is a 14 to hit.
It does hit.
Let's go!
You hit him as you're running away. The strongest of moves.
Yes. Oh, that's a 10 damage to that guy.
Ooh, that's a decent catch. It, like, stabs him in the gut, and he goes from
Oh, bless.
I've moved 5 feet. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
a wonderful one-armed bandit in the middle looks to the other two and says, "Right, deal with him." And then he clicks his fingers. Well, he puts the bat down to his side because he's only got one hand to click fingers. Clicks his fingers, and this sort of wavy, vaguely purple distortion of light sort of surrounds him, and he just disappears.
What the fuck?
Shoot him. But I won't now.
Kai.
In a similar vein, the guy who was now got a crossbow bolt sticking out of him,
Yes.
I'm going to take a shot at him and then also run away.
Okay.
I mean, natural 20.
Ooh, crit train.
You have to remind me.
You roll again. If you get another natural 20, then we get to keep like adding more dice damage.
10. Half
That's
of it.
not a 20. But you do get a crit, so full dice damage.
Full
plus
dice
modifiers.
damage, which is a d8, plus another d8. So it's 8 plus. Let's try again.
8 plus a d8 plus modifiers, unless you don't have
I
modifiers.
don't have any modifiers.
Okay, 8 plus d8. That's still pretty
8 plus
decent.
7, which is a 15.
15 damage. Yeah, you catch him like
25
right in the
damage.
shoulder.
That guy.
No,
It goes straight through his shoulder, out the other side. He's just like.
And say, you should rethink your life choices, and then run for it.
I don't think he's thinking about anything.
I don't think they've ever had a thought in their life.
I know, I still say it.
Neva.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
She's gonna run.
Cromwell. Running.
Can you hear me?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
That might have been a lie, actually. Can't actually.
Yeah, we could hear him, but no longer can we.
We can hear him say, "Can you hear me?" but not actually say anything else. That's wonderful.
Cool.
Oh, mine silver,
literally
mine sliver,
perfect.
mine sliver, if possible.
Mind Sliver. Sure. What's the... I need to know the... Actually, no, I'm just going to look what it is there.
The range.
Oh,
and
sorry,
whatnot.
tabs open.
Initiative save.
Int
Initiative
save. I feel like they're
Initiative.
probably not great at int saves, to be fair.
On which one? Big Mike, who's the dum-dum, or Mohawk Boy, who's Ammo?
The guy with the 2 arrows sticking out of him, I imagine. Jay. I can hear you typing, Jay.
You're typing.
You can?
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, great. Hello. Whoever is the most threatening to someone else.
Neither particularly.
Are any of them within line of sight of me? Because I've got to be able to see them.
I wouldn't say so.
No.
You'd probably have to take 10 feet back.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll move 10 feet back, and then whoever I can Mind Sliver, and then I'm 15 feet.
Yeah, you can probably
outlet.
just about see. Yeah. So you can just about see Amber. So you're doing Mind Sliver. Who's going to do an intelligence save? That's a 6.
Then he takes 5 psychic damage and loses a D4 against his next saving throw.
Yeah.
Before the end
Just
of my
grabs his head like. "Ah!"
And then I'll move the 15 feet back towards the entrance to the alley.
Sure. It's Big Mike next, who's going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, start running after you. There's thumping steps against the cobbles. Not very happy.
Did you not hear your boss? He said to get the other guy.
Why can I only see one of the?
Like yeah.
I tell you, every time I try and zoom in, it goes blurry, and I can't see what I'm looking at. Funny my eyes.
He claps his hands together
Sorry, what?
and is going to send out a nice little spell at
Hell?
Maisie. Which is going to be a those. Ooh, 23 to hit. You gotta say it.
I'm not justifying it with an answer.
Gotta
Just
say
tell me what
it.
happened.
This wave of magic just comes out of this clap, kind of like with the Hulk clap. And you're gonna take.
Oh, that was a lot of dice.
No.
I have a feeling I'm down.
Yeah, you take a solid. Yeah, it takes you down. There's no point in me counting it. You're just like immediately, Maisie just falls to the ground, gets hit in the back like a bullet, and just.
Does it do double digits?
What health are you at right now?
I'm at 4.
You're at 4.
So if it does 13 damage, I insta die.
If it does 13, you insta die. No, because no, it has to be double the amount of your max health. So it would have to do. Oh no, I see. Yeah, because it would have to go over. It doesn't do 13. No, it does 11. You don't insta die.
But only
But
just.
as you're all running away, you see Maisie just get hit in the back with some kind of magic and just down to the ground. I think my magic has also kicked Joe out of the call. Yeah, not a fun time. Wait, how do I make you fall over in this game? I forget.
Oh, he's back again. Hello.
Status knockdown. There it is. Yep. Oh, you're floating as well. Next up is the other big guy who 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 steps up next to him. Sees you fall over and
Which one's the one with all the arrow holes?
the one on
Like the one that's just attacked.
Big Mike, the one with the bad posture. And he's going to what does he?
I've got other attack things now.
He's going to. It does. What are the other attack things?
Green and red laser and magic missile and attack.
Oh, nice. Which means he should have attacked you with. Let's just make it like a red laser. That's what it would look like. Okay, so he's gonna throw. The big guy's gonna throw something. You don't see immediately what it is at the back of Carway with a terrible. What's the 6 to hit? It doesn't. It whizzes past you. You see this like small metal thing just fly past your head. He's going to make his second attack, which is going to be a 12 to hit.
Against me?
Yes.
Yes, it's easily.
Oh.
I
So
have
you
a
get
no armor.
hit in the back.
My
hit in the
armor
back
is
with this
on
tiny little
D.
dart, and you're going to take
What's your dex?
6 damage.
Mark?
My dex 0.
Oh, okay.
6 damage. I'm not down. I'm not far off down, but I'm not down.
No. Maisie, you're next.
It's a shame.
Oh, yeah, you have to roll your thingy.
2.
That's one failure, I'm afraid. As you are running, let's be honest, running away, two figures appear at the other end of the corridor, wearing what can only be described as platinum armor,
Oh, nice.
who look down and go, "The hell is going on here?" See Maisie on the floor, see the big guys behind, who then go, "Uh-oh," and have a little. Oh God, I've lost.
I'm being mugged by everybody here.
There you are.
I am not mugging you.
The one on the left runs down this way, and assuming you guys let them past.
Oh, yes.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, runs to here, sort of like standing sort of in front of Maisie, draws this gigantic longsword.
Isn't that me?
Well, no, Maisie's on the floor. The other one steps to the side, shouts, "Duck!" and draws his bow. This hefty bow.
While she says quack, I'm going to duck.
And fires.
Dying on the floor says,
It was worth it.
It was worth it. Fires one at each of them, which is that one and that one. Woo-hoo! The first one is a hit. The second one is a crit, and I get to do crit trains. Come on.
Alex just wanted to fight himself here. Yay! That's what this was.
It's not a crit train. So it's going to be one hit them, and it does that damage. The one arrow that hits Big Mike just goes again straight through his shoulder, like it's a powerful bow. The one that hits the other guy doesn't do as much, but does a fair amount of damage anyway. Carly.
I am going to reach across to Maisie,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to do Spare the Dying.
Thanks.
Okay, so that doesn't bring her up, but it does stabilize.
The creature becomes stable.
Mm-hmm. Anything else? Running away?
No, I'll stay by Maisie.
Okay, Neva?
I mean, I'll tell you what, I will attempt to start
got
tracking Maisie away. Bearing in mind my strength is not my most effective.
I think it just pads your speed.
So, Cromwell?
So I'm gonna. Can I move Maisie?
Oh, I didn't realize. I mean, you can do, but it would be an action to sort of check your strength.
I thought it just halves your movement to bring another
got to
creature with you.
initiate a grapple.
Yeah.
So I'm going to grapple first, have I?
But you heal the first, which is
yeah. So I will. When the time comes, I'll be trying to drag.
Would I know from my experience whether or not these guards would be angry if I continued to fight?
You get the feeling generally that they probably wouldn't be too happy if you were fighting. I mean, they are the guards. If you were defending yourself, sure, but now the guards are here, possibly not a great idea to keep fighting.
Okay, I'll assume a neutral pose as I am still looking like this fucking
just T-poses. Yeah. After you, we're going to go for the much more hurt orc who's going to walk up to big old armor lady and throw...
He's going to try and hit her, surely.
Actually, I've got the wrong thing open. No, he isn't going to walk up because he did his magic before. So he's going to stand back and do his... do his clap one more time at this one. Is going to fail miserably. Actually, it's not too miserably, but claps. This magic just hits the armor, dissipates across it, and she's just like, "All right, come on, like really." The second guy, he's gonna walk up. He's gonna pull out a scimitar and attack twice. Both of which do actually hit, which is not good for her. Okay, It's a couple of hits. You can see it dents the armor. She flinches a little bit, but stays strong. Doesn't seem to be going down anytime soon. Maisie, you are stabilized, but you are, of course, still on the ground, so not much you can do. So it comes back round to Carly. Oh, no, wait, it doesn't. It doesn't. It goes to the guard first, because otherwise, they just stand there doing nothing. The big one, big lady up front with a big sword, is going to try and attack the big guy in front, obviously. Twice. Two huge swings, one hit, and does fairly decent damage. Yeah. Catches him on the side, tearing this hole across his chest, but he still stands there. The other one's going to fire 2 arrows. Well, 1 arrow to start with, see if it works at the guy in the back. That one misses. He's going to fire a second arrow, which hits. And does more than enough. An arrow just goes thump, straight into the forehead of Big Mike, who just collapses to the ground, motionless. Yes. Neva?
Isn't it Carly now?
It is Carly, yep, because I'd accidentally skipped across before. Carly?
Before I do what I was thinking of doing, if I use medicine, can I don't have any spell to give.
You can't give her health with medicine. You can only stabilize.
Which she already is. There's no point. So I will attempt to pull her out of the...
So you'll have to grapple, and then you have half movement to drag her along the ground.
Okay, and how does one grapple?
Just do it. There's no resistance here, because she's unconscious.
So, and heave her away from the nasty orc person.
Yeah. You wouldn't get too far.
Don't scratch my jacket.
Yeah, down to there.
Yeah,
dragging her across. Neva.
I'm just going to stay where I am for now.
Fair enough. Cromwell.
Still being neutral. Exiting self-defense mode.
Give me a deception roll. With advantage, because they're very distracted.
For deception.
I love that.
24.
Yeah, I think you get the feeling you've fooled them both. I'll give you that. You're very pleased with yourself.
You should be.
Bear with me 1 sec.
I'll hold an action to mind sliver one of them if they look like they're advancing towards me. Of the
that's
bad
fair enough.
people.
Up next is the big guy who's going to attack your guard friend twice. Okay, I need to switch dice. There's 2 misses. Right, Maisie?
No, keep those dice.
Oh, I keep forgetting. Sorry. The guard's going to make 2 attacks. I'm going to make 1 hit, which is 16. The other guy's going to do 2 bow attacks, 1 hits. Not a massive amount. Bringing it back round to... Carly, Neva, or Cromwell going to do anything apart from just sort of moving away?
I'm trying to drag Maisie away from the action.
Yeah, I'll help Carly drag Maisie.
That's fine. You can get him away over there. Is Cromwell sticking around or just going the same way?
I will say, robot designated sparkle magical princess awaiting instruction.
Okay.
When it comes to my turn, I will shout, "Sparkle magical princess, come over here."
Coming. Ooh woo.
Ooh, woo.
Oh, for God's sake, Rowan, just come on!
Ooh, warfouched. Maisie's not doing anything. So, the orc, the one that's still around, vaguely tries to swing again, which is defended by the guard, who just grabs the hilt, smacks it into his forehead, like significantly hard. You hear a big cracking noise, and he collapses to the ground. You don't know if he's dead or not. Just straight. Oh, he gets back up immediately.
Back up again.
Straight down to the ground.
I get knocked down. I get up
And you're out of initiative. At which point, the one that's over by you, the guard, you can see now closer is a very large human. You can't really see the other one down the alleyway because of the darkness, but you get a feeling from the glowing on their head that they are in fact an ASMR. But the human walks over and is like, "Are you children okay?"
Neither
What
just
happened
start crying.
I'd like to say thank you very much. Oh, before I even forget, there's a chap around the
great.
corner down there. These guys were threatening him. He was on the floor, so
Right.
you might want to make sure he's all right. But thank you ever so much. I think we were in serious trouble there.
He calls out to the other one down the alleyway and just like, "Del, there's somewhere around the corner." And she's like, "All right," and wanders off around the corner to sort that out. He says, "What happened here? We're gonna have to make a report of this."
Well, you heard
Rashim-
this. Yeah, go on.
We
Uh,
heard. Sorry. I thought you were
One at a
down.
time. Listen, I know there's a lot going on. It's fine. Take a breath. It's all good now.
I think my lungs
Your
punctured,
presence is
so-
reassuring. Ooh, woo.
Actually, Maisie is still unconscious.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
So actually, whilst he says, "Are you okay?" he then goes down on one knee, pulls out a little vial of a healing potion, and just like pours that into Maisie's mouth.
Thanks.
You wake up on the ground with not a little idea of what's happened and a very, very sore back.
Probably a bad headache since I had the pin on the whole time too.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
We heard noise and we went to check it out, and then when there was trouble we went to get a guard who apparently was off duty, and then they were just gonna leave the people to attack this man on his own, and then the guy then attacked us for getting the guard. Rekka, I think it was called, and he's gone now, but his two minions stayed behind and carried on attacking us.
They called him Rashim as well.
Rekka. He just writing some of this down. He's like, "Yeah, I know him. Messy red hair."
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a chap, yes. He wasn't very nice. He had this sort of
Yeah.
club thing with spikes.
Affirmative. The ginger did it.
Yeah.
Come on, please.
I just this scene of like this almost freezer looking mini robot thing just sort of standing there. Yeah, it's too much. Bear with me 1 second. My PC is gone. No.
I know how you feel.
There you are. Hang on. The world pauses for a second. I think it's probably because I've got a million tabs open in Firefox. Awkward silence. Just for a second. You can turn off the fight music now, which is the good news.
Oh, right. I can.
There we go. He says, "Yeah, Rekka, Rashim, yeah, Domito Rashim, whatever the hell you say his name.
Dorito?
Domito. He's got a bit of a thing going on around these parts.
We went
You said
to
you said you
bar.
tried to contact the guard and he left us alone.
Yeah, he was an
Yeah.
asshole.
Did you get a name?
No, he just left, I'm afraid.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
even
it's-
remember what he looked like.
Scans indicated his genitalia were small.
Come on,
Alright,
please.
well- I'm not going to lie to you. Obviously, a lot to look into. You're hurt. We'll let this go just for now, but we are going to need an address to come and take some statements probably
Where-
tomorrow.
We're at the uni.
Where in the uni?
Apartment 3A.
You have an apartment number.
I actually don't know the apartment number.
Honestly.
I wrote it down somewhere.
I wrote it down somewhere, but I don't know where.
219. Say it together.
What
Hmm?
is it?
219.
219.
219.
What
Oh,
the fuck?
well off.
Alright. After that, the
I
other
like
guard comes around the corner with this person that was on the floor around her shoulder. She was over. She's like, "Okay, well, it seems this man was attacked by Demeter Rashim and his crew. Protection racket, as usual. Everybody here okay? The other one's like, yeah, they seem alright. I had to use
Doing
a
great.
potion on this one down on the ground, but I think they'll be alright. Okay.
I mean,
Well,
we all got a few cuts and bruises, but we'll be fine. Thank you very much for helping.
my name is Captain Arkmandel. Here is Guard Belwyn Torval. I'm sorry that this has happened. I appreciate that you, I'm assuming, came in to attempt to help.
We don't like to see people, you know,
Well, I can
being
understand that.
injured, being hurt. It's, you know.
I overheard you saying you already tried to get a guard. Not much more you could have done, so get home, get some rest. I'm sure you've already been told we'll have to come around and get some statements at some point. But it is okay for now.
Absolutely.
The bigger one, he turns to Belwyn. Just the bigger one, still alive. We'll take him in. Other one's dead. You should look over him. He's got a cross, like he's got an arrow right in his forehead. It's like, obviously. Maybe I ought to bring him back for a few questions, but I'm not sure we'll get much. Are you four going to be okay to get back to wherever you're from, or would you like one of us to come with you?
Totally fine.
I think we'll be okay, thank you. It's very, very kind of you, but it's not far from here, so. But I do fancy a bit of a lie down. Oh.
We need. It'd be safe if we had somebody.
Well, yeah, if you like.
I'm happy to come with you.
Yeah, do
My
that.
partner here will be able to sort out the rest of what's going on here.
If you're sure that's okay, in order to take you
Of
from your
course.
duty.
It is our duty. Now that she's closer, you can see that she's got this mint green skin, very soft complexion, but still, the classic heavy jaw, big muscles. And her halo is like, the old leaf crown type thing that comes around, crownlet type thing. It's that
The
sort of
Roman crown thing.
yeah, that sort of a thing around the top of her head. She's very kind eyes, almost like motherly, although still kind of intimidating from her 6'7" frame. But her sword's away. She's obviously not too intimidating at the time. Says, yes, no, it's fine. I can come with you. Turns to her partner and says, call this in. Let me know if you need anything. He's like, yeah, all right. And he walks down, goes to the big orc and puts these massive restraints on his hands around behind his back and starts clearing up some of the other stuff around. And the other guard starts walking with you, kind of letting you guide vaguely.
We'll head
It says to
straight
Maisie,
back to university.
you okay to walk? Yeah. You gonna be okay?
I'm totally fine.
I don't think you're totally fine, actually.
No,
I
I'm
need to
doing
lie.
great. Never better.
As long as we have the power of friendship, we will be okay.
Oh my
What's-
fucking god, Cormac, shut up!
Is
Just
this
take the
your
pin off.
Warforged?
No.
Is a halfling.
He's a friend of ours.
When you say he's a halfling,
He's got a bit of a funny sense of humor. You get used to it.
It's a
it just doesn't
disguise.
seem like too funny of a situation.
I think he was trying to make sure that he didn't get injured. I think that's quite sensible, actually, in the situation we were in.
Either way. Yeah. As I'm sure you've gathered, there's been more of these protection racket intimidation tactics going around. It's not great. I'm sorry that you interacted with a bad guard. I will not make assumptions, but I have a feeling I know someone it could have been.
But
I'm
he said
also
he
aware
was-
that there's not much we can do to touch them.
He said he was off duty, but I don't
Probably
know
was.
if-
Probably was. There's not a lot I should say to you from a political standpoint, but it doesn't surprise me that somebody didn't help.
Should we find this kind of situation again? What's our best approach then if some of the guards aren't to be trusted?
Don't approach the situation. Find someone else. Unfortunately, there's a lot of internal workings that we need to sort out.
All right, fair enough. Well, thank you, anyway. You
I'm not gonna-
arrived.
Pretend that this is an easy situation.
Is there anyone we could contact on our talkstones or something?
We're not supposed to give out our information, but from a friendly point of view, I could give a personal number. No guarantee that I could do anything, though. There are a
Okay.
lot of politics. I will already be in trouble, I'm sure. One dead, one in custody. That will probably not last.
Are we
Mm.
even
I-
safe in this city anymore?
Depends where you are. Later at night, it can be dangerous. Around the university, you'll be fine. These are
Mm.
my streets to look after. This little area here. So,
This is where we
fine.
mainly travel between here and the mall, so.
Just make sure to stay in the light. Don't go down the alleyways.
Yeah.
Okay, but if we do see somebody being sort of, threatened,
She takes the talkstone from whoever offers it up, and you can put in the name Arkman, Arcman, Del, Del. Arkman Del. This Captain Del. Like I say, I can't guarantee I can help at these points, but at the very least I can protect if there is a bad situation.
We appreciate it.
it's more than we should expect, and we're very grateful. Thank you.
It is exactly what you should expect. We are guards of this city. A lot has changed in the past few hundred years.
Well, thank you anyway. I think, if you don't mind, we'll head back. I'd like to get back to my room and get some rest.
Have a medic of some kind. See to your wounds.
That's not a bad idea.
You don't want infections. They can get bad.
Hmm.
In fact, maybe we should head over to the infirmary first of all.
Eventually, you get back to the university grounds, and she says her goodbyes. Probably safe within the university grounds, as she said. A few more people around her stuff, and bids you farewell. Make sure once again you're all okay.
Who's?
Have a magical, sparkly day.
Oh dear.
Thank
So
you,
who's injured?
Captain.
Who's injured? Apart from
Me.
Maisie, obviously. I am. Cromwell, did you get away with it? You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good.
Okay, well, you head back to the.
I'm usually fine after these things, so it's you guys who get messed up a lot.
Yeah, I was trying to get away. I think I can't remember now.
Yeah, you okay?
No, I got a bit of injury. I didn't actually get killed though. So that's something. So I'm gonna head over. Maisie, Neva, do you think we should head over to just get quick check out of the infirmary before we go to bed? I don't want to get any nasties
Okay.
after that stuff with the rats, So we'll head over to. I'm gonna head over to the infirmary.
You head over to the infirmary. There's just like one staff late at night who, as you walk in, is like, "Oh my god, what happened?"
Oh, you tried to help somebody out, and a couple of bad guys didn't like us helping.
Am I gonna have to call some enforcement of some kind?
No, we've already. The guard came and saved our lives and everything. No problem. It's all sorted.
He comes over, has a look at all your wounds, and says, "It's luckily not too bad. All in all fixable." Has some the sort of super glue, but for people. Some of that sort of close up some of the wounds. It does exist. So closes up all the wounds, gives you a little bit of pain medicine, and sends you on your way. It's not too bad all in all, and you end up the day with probably some sores. Let's say that, not feeling too great, ready for university in the morning.
I'm off to bed now. Good night, everybody. Oh dear.
And on that excellent point, no, I will give you one more thing to lighten the mood before we end up the session. In the morning, you all head into the university at a certain point, and you all find fairly early something has changed about Callaway Quad.
Oh.
You're all aware that there is usually a fountain in the center. This lovely
Yes.
fountain has some fish in it. Well, it seems to have been overnight replaced with a 100-foot tall tower
5 to 10 minutes.
that you can just see at the very top has a little golden orb.
Yeah. Let's go.
The tower is smooth. It looks like it would be difficult to climb, and you can see somebody attempting to climb up. These like some of the slabs just push them out, and they fall really far. You're like genuinely concerned for a second before they get to the ground, and then just something slows them down, and they just down
Oh,
and
hell yeah.
bonk, land softly on the ground. There's a few people try. Someone attempts to fly, like an Aarakocra attempts to fly from the top, and there's just this insane gust of wind that just sends them flying off in a different direction. And I will leave you with that in your mind as you stare at this golden orb up the top of a tower, ready for the next session.
Cool.
Maybe I can put the tower to sleep.
Well, I don't know how much health it has. So. Good session.
Yeah.
Good session, yes, good session.
Had a lot happen, including Maisie going down, which we're not surprised.
Again. I mean,
Well,
if they'd hit me just a little bit harder, I'd have gone down as well.
Just
Either
learn
way.
how to play D&D good, Rowan.
Listen.
Get good. Come
I'm
on.
playing D&D for everybody, mostly Neva, while trying not to let her go down.
Yeah, use the sacrifice roll.
I
That's
was-
always
I-
good.
I was
That's
quite
good.
pleased that I actually did some damage to stuff, although it wasn't my crossbow. My spells, once again, did absolutely nothing.
To
you
be
made the right
fair,
decision
we
this time
are
to run away.
Level 1. That's just how it goes.
Oh, well,
I'm
exactly.
just-
I mean, just keep
I'm
trying.
just waiting for a fight that we can actually fight rather than run.
Oh, I'm aware. Don't get me wrong. From a slightly meta point of view, it is nice to put you in these or have you in these situations where you aren't just like annihilating immediately, like ever so slightly humbling. Don't worry, it won't last forever. But that's it. It's fine.
Anyway, I'm
Anyway.
going to scoot, I'm afraid, because I've got
Yes,
to go
yes. We will end up the session there. Thank you very much, everybody. The only thing left is awkward waves, which only a few of us are going to be giving because. Do you reckon you can get your camera on just for the last second?
We'll see.
Go on, turn your camera on, put your hand up, and then even if it goes frozen, it'll be at least it looks like a
True.
wave.
And everyone gives some awkward
That's
waves.
it. That's it. Keep your hands there, like that.
As we exit.